Join the league. Join the league.
Hours of power.
Debates. Open your mind.
Hours of power.
So, a community is where you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Well, what about the Negroes that said get out? Oh, well, my cousin, he's a multi-millionaire, almost got $1 billion. 3 PhDs, working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hit his siren, he looked to the mirror and hit his top off, flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the price of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passed him by, he said, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place, That Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you. With all your millions and your Rolls Royce and your PhD, didn't help. That's the hood. Why do you think you never pick up the paper and see over and over see white families? You think of thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying against that black cop? Got popped out of one point. Out of the back of the head. Why do you think black cops are think they're more spiritual? Think they're no. They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And I will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate it. Now, if we were organized, which is hard to organize people who are just going to run crazy, you don't know you crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that any time a cop or anybody carry a gun, have to have a license just like you to drive a car. And if you use it wrongly, you'll lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store boy or some kind of detective. Now, how do you get Congress to protect you? Well, you take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young, and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, we call it nationwide boycott of Christmas and start on Thanksgiving. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay business all year, lose money just for Christmas, Well, what happened now? Like they have Georgia, trees over, West They will get the deal, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, Mr. Senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's an economic thing. It's that simple. But we have the power with the system that wipes us out so bad. So I realized that the captain was no simpler. The officer's code for one suspect that's been shot.
Open your minds.
And we are back, peace, folks. And welcome back to the Proper Thought series right here on the old T.P.O.T YouTube page. I'm your host, X, of course, but you knew that already. That's why your black asses are here. Tonight, we supposed to be throwing down Team Fantastic versus Team BMT, and we had a little confusion going on. We didn't know what we was going to be debating tonight, but we will be debating making black criminality. Is it black apathy or white supremacy? Actually, we were supposed to be debating. It was supposed to be Team Fantastic versus Team J Shine, but Team J Shine could not make it tonight. They had some problems earlier, and Team J Shine is not going to be able to make it. So Team BMT is stepping up, and they're going to take the debate. I think we're going to do the Team Fantastic versus Team J Shine debate on Wednesday. I got to wait and see what the captains is talking about. You know what I mean? So that's what we got going down tonight. You know what I mean? Ha ha ha! What's good with it? Third Ward Colombian. Who else up in here? TD Burns. Is that Third Degree Burns? He done changed the shit. Brother Stoic, what's good? Oh shit, Little Rock in the house. What's good with it, Little Rock? I see you. Keep it techie. KC. Oh yeah. Ma 11. Roscoe in the house. SUPERMIKE is in the house. SUPERMIKE might want to come up and debate this if Team BMT doesn't want to throw down, because I haven't heard anything from Team BMT. Yeah, Stoic. D. Durrell is on Team BMT. So that's what we got going on. Let me go ahead and my bad. I was supposed to send the link to my man KIT and brother M.O.T. Moving slow, y'all. You know, I run a little behind and shit. You know, at least I started the stream on time this time. So, you know. All right. I just sent the link, brother M.O.T. And by the way, I did send the link to brother D. Durrell as well. I talked to the captain of Team BMT because, you know, I called him on the telephone and I told him that he might have to send a backup. So if nobody shows up, SUPERMIKE can come on up here and throw down if you want to, SUPERMIKE. I'm just saying, if you want to. Oh yeah, brother KIT. Just sent the link to you too, so check your mail, brother. Just sent you the link just now, so it should be coming through momentarily. Yeah, so we're gonna throw down tonight, y'all. I got my timekeeper, M.O.T. I know M.O.T. is in the house. I saw him. But before we get started, y'all know I always got to start the show off with thanking you good folks, man, for supporting this platform the way that you do, man. Y'all support this platform so much, man. I actually got a Cash App like 12 this afternoon from somebody. And I'm like, I'm not even on the air yet. I ain't going to be on the air for like another 8 hours. But y'all do that kind of stuff all the time, man. Y'all do. I got the best audience out there, man. Y'all really support this platform, man. Y'all send me Cash Apps and PayPals and shit, even when I'm not even on the air, man. And I really appreciate all of y'all, man. I appreciate your support. I appreciate your subscriptions, man, your views, your likes, your shares. And I definitely appreciate your hard-earned pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, and 50-cent pieces. I do, man, because you don't have to do it, man, but you folks choose to do it. You choose to support this platform, man, and I just want you to know, man, every night that I come up on this goddamn thing, that I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate every single one of y'all good folks, man. Like I always say, man, I'm humbled. I'm honored. I'm appreciative, man. And I thank all of y'all. All right. All right. Oh, good look on that super chat, brother Cool Gent. Appreciate that, brother. I see, brother, one of my debaters is here. My timekeeper is here. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, brother Roscoe. Like I said, I did talk to the captain. I talked to the captain of the team, and I told him that he might have to send a backup because I hadn't heard anything, from, his one of his players. So, like I said, we're supposed to throw down with Team J Shine tonight, but something went wrong, and Brother Jay Shine, I think Brother Jay Shine was going to do it, but he's caught up in traffic. He wrote me at like maybe 6:15, maybe like 2 hours ago. And he said, X, I'm not going to be able to make it. And he couldn't get in contact with any of his teammates. So, there it is. So I haven't heard anything from brother BMT. So I might have to get SUPERMIKE to come up here, man. SUPERMIKE, you still in the audience, man? Let me find out. SUPERMIKE wants to throw down. Let me find out. SUPERMIKE wants to throw down. Send me an email. SUPERMIKE. If you're still out there, man. If you're still out there in the chat, send me an email, brother. Send me an email, man. SUPERMIKE wants to take it. He gonna fill in the spot. Gotta change the thumbnail. I see my man Nagone in the house. Nagone in the house. Send me an email, SUPERMIKE, and I'll send you the link, brother. Oh shit, my bad. Damn, I thought everybody knew my shit. I'll do you even one better. How about I do this? How about I do this? Yeah, because I had spoke to BMT, y'all. I spoke to brother BMT because I kind of had the feeling that his player wasn't going to show up. And I told him, you might have to get a backup player. Might have to get a backup player, man. You might just have to get a backup player. There you go, SUPERMIKE. There you go, SUPERMIKE. I don't know, depending on how good you do tonight, SUPERMIKE, you might fuck around and get drafted by somebody in the league. Oh, that comma's supposed to be a dot. I typed it too fast. The comma is supposed to be a dot, brother SUPERMIKE. Brother Marcus Allen in the house. What's good with it, man? Been a while, man. What's going on? Brother Hulk in the house. Damn. All my faves are in here tonight. All my bros are in here tonight. My bros are in here tonight. What's good with it, brother Nagone? Gotta get you back on the stream, brother. It's been a while, man. Chop it up. Get on up here and chop it up, man. You know, gotta come to New York, man, and get up over there, man, and drink all your beer up and shit. Come to the crib and drink up all the beer and shit. You throw me the fuck out. This motherfucker done drunk all my shit. Come up there and drink all the beer up and shit. Did you send an email, SUPERMIKE? No. No. The answer is no. Come on, man. Because it don't look like Team BMT gonna show up, so I guess I'll let SUPERMIKE go ahead and take it, man. Yeah, well, SUPERMIKE want to step in the digital squared circle, Brother Stoic. He want to step up in here. You know, I never deny a person who want to come on and debate. You know, just got to come in here correct, though, because Brother M.O.T is seasoned. You know, he's seasoned up in here in the old T.P.O.T digital squared circle. So you have to come up in here correct because your opponent is seasoned. Nope. Let me refresh my shit. Hold on. I might need to refresh it, brother. All right. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Breaking news. Just got an email from Brother D. Durrell. Hold on. Let me see what he wants before we get started. Hey, brother, I contacted BMT over an hour ago to cancel. He had a replacement. I don't know what's going on. All right, so I guess he had contacted. He says he contacted his captain and said that he had to cancel. Brother BMT told him he had a replacement. So he don't know what's going on. All right, I'm going to let SUPERMIKE come in. Fuck that. I'm letting SUPERMIKE come in. I'm letting SUPERMIKE come in. I will let SUPERMIKE step into the digital squared circle. He was going to cancel anyway. So BMT was supposed to replace him, y'all, and I don't know what happened. Don't know what happened, folks. Don't know what happened. But Brother SUPERMIKE want to get down. I'm going to let him get down. Fuck that. The show must go on, man. I ain't going to be canceling my damn streams. I ain't going to be canceling my damn streams just because motherfuckers can't get their team and shit together. All right, Brother SUPERMIKE, just sent it, man. Should be coming through momentarily. Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on, man. I don't know what brothers be doing, man. But the show must go on. It must go on. The show will go on. And for future references, like you teams, because there's 6 teams, right? And, you know, brothers don't show up, man. I'm still going to try to create a debate. That's what I'm going to do. You know what I'm saying? I'm still going to try to create a debate. I'm not going to shut the shit down because, you know, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm not going to stop the show because brothers, cancel or they can't make it. I'm going to continue to stream, even if your team don't show up. Whatever debate you were supposed to do, I guess you can pick it up and do that. All right. Oh shit, SUPERMIKE is here too. Okay, fine. Here we go. We ready to go. We about to debate making criminality black apathy or white sympathy. I'm not going to go into my spiel. Y'all already know what it is. You say some disrespectful shit. As always, you might get like maybe 1 or 2 words out, and then you know what happens after that. You know what happens. All right. All right. So, God damn it. Just watch the debate. Just watch the debate. Enjoy the debate. You're spending your damn Saturday here. Don't come in the chat room saying stupid shit. All right? All right. Now, bring in my folks. Brother BMT, brother M.O.T, my bad.
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, can you hear me?
What's good with it, brother M.O.T? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, nothing much, man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Can
right,
you,
brother SUPERMIKE? Let me bring him.
What's happening, brother? Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up? Can you hear me?
What's good? What's good, man?
What's up?
I can hear you. I can hear you, M.O.T.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
Okay, cool. Yeah, I can. Yeah,
Can you hear me, brother? Can you hear me, brother SUPERMIKE?
Yeah, I can hear you. What I'm gonna ask you to do though is just kind of recap the the foundation of the question.
Yes. Well, you want to do it, or I could do it?
Out, man.
All right. So we're debating.
Well, let me bring in my hold on. Let me bring in my celebrity timekeeper.
Oh, really? We got
none
one?
other than my man, brother K.I.T. What's good with it, brother K.I.T.?
Peace, brothers. How y'all doing?
All right. So y'all know what we debating, right? Y'all see what's on the screen. Do y'all see?
Yes. My side.
What's good, brother K.I.T.? Now,
what's good, man?
Now, y'all brothers see what's on the screen, right?
Making black criminality, black apathy, or white supremacy.
You going with black apathy?
Yeah. So what I want to just, like I said, just kind of in a nutshell.
Okay.
If the brother can just, just kind of recap the basic question, the foundation of what people are trying to understand.
Well, okay. The question
Am I Morgan or something?
Tonight, what causes black criminality? Is it black apathy? Apathy meaning that, what does apathy mean? Apathy mean not too much interested, not too concerned, with what's going on around them. Or is it white supremacy? Is that the making of black? Now, brother M.O.T. is arguing that it is black apathy. So I'm assuming you're arguing that it's white supremacy, that it plays the role in the criminality.
Okay, so I'll argue that point. It's white supremacy.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds like a plan to me. Let me bring up the clock that my timekeeper so kindly has added. Now, for those of you who do not know the rules, I know everybody up here pretty much knows the rules. They've done this before. So let me explain them to the people who may not know them. We have 7-minute opening rounds where each debater has 7 minutes to lay down their premise and their argument. Then after that, we have 5-minute rebuttal rounds, and we go back and like that. Each debater has 5 minutes. We go like that for maybe a little less than an hour, and then we stop, maybe take a little break. When we come back, we do something I call rapid fire, where there's no time clock, there's no timekeeper, and the brothers get to engage directly, mano a mano. We do that for a little while, then we do closing arguments. After closing arguments, we take a poll. If both brothers agree to the argument, if both brothers agree to the poll, we take a poll, and after the poll, we will take questions from the chat if the brothers have time. And y'all know how we do it. Those questions from the chat are super chatted or cash app. Super chatted or cash app at the end of the debate. All right? All right. So.
Oh, somebody boarding bad, man. Is that?
Sound like somebody fell down the stairs.
Not
Somebody falling down the steps.
Fine.
Who falling him? Who falling down the goddamn steps?
Mm.
All right, so we're gonna get started. I don't know what the hell is going on. I can't bring my man's clock up for some reason.
I see it.
Yeah, it's up there. Well,
It was up
You
there
see
for
it?
7 minutes.
Why the hell I don't see the? Why the hell I don't see it?
No, well, it's gone now. It's gone now.
Now it's gone.
Hello?
Oh no, he's still looking for the clock, man.
yeah, I think he
Okay.
froze up as well. Cause he
Yeah, I
not
don't see
moving.
nothing moving on. Yeah, I don't see nothing moving on the screen. I know he's in front of a screen.
Must
I
be
mean,
my
you know, this
browser
happens
or some
sometimes.
shit. But yeah.
Yeah.
It's still. I see it. I'm trying to add it, but I can't get it to go on the goddamn screen for some reason. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. This fucking StreamYard shit, man, be acting kind of janky sometime.
Oh, for real.
You want me to stop sharing it and share it again?
Probably.
Oh, there you go. It's up there now.
All right, I see it now. Let me see it. Okay, you can see it now. All right. 7 minutes on the clock, please, timekeeper. I will assume that Brother SUPERMIKE is the negative, so he will go first. Brother SUPERMIKE, you up.
Yep. Okay, me first.
Yes.
All right. All right. So basically, I'm going to argue that crime is caused, okay, by this white supremacist system. So what I want to do is I want to get a couple of points out the road here. Crime, what is that? Who defines crime? Who defines crime? The authority having jurisdiction. Well, just think about that for a minute. Who defines crime? The authority having jurisdiction. If there was no authority, then there would be no criminal justice system. Who controls that? In the society that we live in today, it is a white supremacist society. What is white supremacist society? You would refer to the works of Luther Stoddard, Ernest Seville Cox, and many others in white society that have outlined, because they created the term white supremacy. This is the idea that no matter what system that they create or that they organize, the classification of white will be supreme in that system. And their system, every system of governance in their society is set up to protect the classification and the supremacy of those who are classified as whites. Keep in mind, white in this situation, red, brown, yellow, and black. These are not actual scientific electromagnetic color schemes. These are not colors. So we need to understand this. And keep in mind, English, okay, this is the language that we're speaking, or the foundation of the language that we speak. English is a lying kind of language. There are many words that mean different things based upon the way they're spelled, but they sound the same. Each word may have several different definitions, legal definitions. So we're defining the word, we're defining the source, the way that we're using this term, black, white supremacy, and all these type of things. So we're not talking about actual colors. Keep that in mind. So this white supremacist system has outlined several laws. Okay, they have control of the legal system, which we would have control of it if we were the one designing this structure here. But right now they have control of it. Their job is to protect their society. According to the white supremacists, and we have much history that backs this up, the architects of this system have identified those classified as blacks as the primary threat to their system. Okay, so they have criminalized black. Okay, now we can't get around that classification simply by doing something like the Moors want to do. Just stop calling yourself black and everything is fine. No, it's not going to work like that, because when these white supremacists have classified you as a certain designation, they have the power to enforce their what they have determined, and they just say it is so, and they make it so in their system. So the type of crimes that we're talking about, anything that they feel that will either empower you as a black person or a black society, anything that these people feel that will that will threaten white supremacy, they determine what is criminal. Okay, so now if you want to go, let's go back to robbing, stealing, and killing and things like that. In our society, robbing, stealing, and killing from us is a crime as well. Who determines that? But we have that. We don't really have the power to. Well, we have the power, but we have not used the power to enforce crimes against our society. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. In this system, you have criminal behavior which destroys the foundation of your society. I'm going to say that is defined by white supremacy in this context, because they have ultimate control of the levers of the way that society is being directed, and anything that happens on a systematic scale, they have control of. The apathy of black people, because every time, like for example, let's say we build some good little society or some good neighborhood or some good community, white supremacists have been allowed to come in and destroy that, and they have not been criminalized for destroying what's ours. Okay, they're allowed to kill us. For example, you have criminal cops. They're crimes against black society, but in a white supremacist society, these police are legal. You know, they're protecting white supremacy, so they're not criminalized. Okay, so this is what defines criminal. Okay, so it's not about, just like, for example, with Kwame Kilpatrick. People, you know, Kwame Kilpatrick was criminalized for doing essentially the same thing that white mayors and politicians do all the time, which is giving giving contracts to selected people within his city, his supporters. And he was criminalized for that, put in jail for 30 years. But, you know, we see this happen in many cities all across this nation. And, you know, those white folks are not criminalized. So that's my opening statement. Hello?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
That's all right. 7 minutes on the clock. Brother M.O.T, you up? And hold on. Good look on that Cash App, brother Little Rock. Appreciate that, man. Good look on that Cash App. My bad, M.O.T.
All right, cool. So let me know when I'm ready to rip.
You can go. You can go. I'll start the clock as soon as you start.
All right, cool. We're ready. All right. Thanks everybody for coming out. Man Tomorrow here. I don't think white supremacy is as big as an actual problem than it is actually there. There's a white dominated structure that's there, but since we have not been building our actual forces to actually combat that, I don't think we can use white supremacy as an actual excuse for anything. I think that white supremacy has nothing to do with family creation. White supremacy has nothing to do with people taking schools seriously when they need to. It has nothing to do with who people pick as mates throughout the society. White supremacy has nothing to do with the type of music we listen to. White supremacy has nothing to do with a lot of things. I think that we use white supremacy as an excuse to let the people off the hook who are actually the actual problem out here. And that's one side of the argument who is actually incentivized into keeping things going the way that it is going. And that's the other side of the argument is with the woman. Now, the woman is not alone. She has men who help her with her goals and everything else. But at the end of the day, white supremacy is a white dominated structure. While the Germans were considered Germans when they got here, they got their stuff up as a people and they moved on to something else. So that the Italians, so that the Germans, so that all other people. But at the end of the day, you're not supposed to stay at the bottom of America forever. You have to be able to marshal your forces as a people to actually challenge this system. The only way you can do that is with education. We used to actually do that. That's what Black History Month actually celebrates. We celebrate people who invented things when people could not make a better way. They wouldn't pay for it, but we had an era of Black supremacy. Household by household. Now we teach on a household by household level that white supremacy, something that is outside of the household. White supremacy doesn't come into your neighborhood and make you not take education seriously. White supremacy does not come in and make you make the choices that you make on a daily basis. I grew up in a farming community. If you didn't work, you didn't eat. There were no clubs, really no gangs and no stuff like that. If you didn't go out into the field and work, you didn't eat. It's simple as that. And when you weren't working in the field, it was obviously in school. You had to work on your school. So there was really no downtime to be engaging in all the stuff to even be thinking about a white supremacist nothing. Because the first time I hung around some people and I said the word white supremacist, my grandfather took me out back and he put a shovel to my throat and told me, how many white people have you ever seen in my house? So what are you talking about? That they're supreme. I'm supreme in this house. We provide for ourselves around here. I bought this land from being sharecropped. He did that. So the actual idea that there is something that's white and that's supreme, and I grew up in Mississippi, by the way, rural Mississippi. It's just crazy. It's just that my grandfather raised a lot of kids that didn't turn out right. They were boomers. He had some silent kids, and then he had a lot of boomer kids, obviously. There is a difference of how they respected family between boomer kids and actual silent kids. This isn't something that white supremacy came down to neighborhoods to do. This is something that people decide to do on their own. This is more of a managerial issue at this point that we need to fix. It has nothing to do with white supremacy because we need to focus on creating our own family, something that people who come here already have. And taking more advantage of the actual American system, something that people are already doing once they get here. And we've been here much longer than most of those other people, and we have more of a reason to fight, more of a reason to plan, more of a reason to make sure we have the best results. Whenever you use the word white supremacy, you're actually hyping up the people who are black inferior. These are the people who want to speak for everything. They don't want to change anything. They have the same arguments for 3 or 4 years in a row without any type of progress. And they want to call themselves running the black dominant conversation within the space. That has nothing to do with white supremacy. You have to realize that this system was made to be challenged with teams of well-educated, well-thought-out plans. We don't have a plan. Every time somebody says white supremacy, I could tell you don't have a plan. I could tell who you defend when you say the word white supremacy because you're not maximizing the level of choice that you have in your own personal life. This is how white supremacy floats up to the top of the actual excuses of how come things didn't go right. I lived under what I thought was white supremacy, and then I realized that it was messing up as many white people as there were black. So they have a system that's dominated by people. The breakdown comes like this. You have the family. The family have kids. It's a small percentage of those kids that, a large percentage of those kids that go to school. Small percentage of those kids that become lawyers, and even small percentage of those kids that become lawyers, and then even a small percentage of those kids that get on judge seats and everything else. We don't even have that system in place because we don't take education seriously. And that has nothing to do with white supremacy. We could change that on our own.
All right. I'm supposed to respond?
Yes.
All right, we're going to go into our rebuttal rounds now, and our rebuttal rounds are 5 minutes apiece. So, 5 minutes on the clock, timekeeper. Brother SUPERMIKE, you up.
All right, so I want to touch on this thing that we don't have a plan. It has nothing to do with white supremacy. But first, we have to identify, we have to agree on some terminology because we don't, I'm debating the brother, but I love the brother and I understand from his perspective, he made some very good points. But the only reason why this is a debate is because people who believe as he believes thinks that we're making different arguments. Okay. And really and truly, most of the difference from what I've heard him just say, most of the difference between his position and maybe somebody that thinks like me is just misunderstood words. When he hears the term white supremacy, he's understanding it a different way than I'm understanding. And when I say white supremacy, so this is what I said about the English language. The same word can be used and it will have totally different meanings and definitions. So this is what I mean. We have to agree on the kind of definition that we're talking about so that we don't get into pointless arguments, especially when we essentially agree on the same thing. The term white supremacy, when I use this is the term that these people have made up. They are not supreme. We do have a plan. So when you hear the term white supremacy, it doesn't mean we don't have a plan. But we're identifying the onslaught. This is their intention. It is not true. This is the intention by another group to keep themselves in a supreme and dominant situation. Okay? So this is their effort. This is their effort. Okay? So when he says that he's from a white supremacy has nothing to do with the family, we have things like the Moynihan Report. It tells you, it outlines how these people studied us. They studied our family because we had a family structure back in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s. They studied that, and then they created a welfare system because of the Black Panthers, when Black people were feeding each other and feeding themselves. Okay, we took control of our community. You have a white supremacist effort. So keep in mind, they are not supreme, but this is their effort to make themselves supreme. So they outlawed the efforts of groups like the Black Panthers and Black independence groups, and then they made their system of welfare supreme. So now when we have welfare systems, and and that causes us to make other choices. You got to keep in mind, every generation, the same lessons have to be retaught and retaught and retaught. Okay, so keep in mind, when we say white supremacy, I'm not telling you, and I understand how someone can believe that we're promoting the idea that these people are supreme. No, this is not what I'm talking about, and a lot of people are not saying that they are supreme, but these people have created a system that they are using to make themselves that way. Okay, so these people have control of systems, and they plan decades and decades in advance. They plan for your children in advance. So what I'm saying here is, and I just wanted to touch on one other point. Let me see what else we got. The brother said the Germans and the Italians and all these other people, they come here and they don't stay on the bottom of society. Okay, this is what I'm saying here. When we were enslaved, we were, enslaved, so we were the bottom of society. We had all the skills of building. Okay, when we became free, and this is why it's so important to understand the details and the basics of this history. When we became so-called free, or what have you, we did begin to build all our own systems. Okay, these white supremacists, these people, they seen that we were becoming dominant in certain areas, and then they made an effort to continue their supremacy in those fields. They brought their white brethren, which are Germans and all these Italians and all these other groups. They brought them in to supplant our supremacy in the trades categories. Okay, so they privileged their own, and they made them white because Italians weren't considered white, but they made them white. That's why I told you it's not about actual color. They made them white, and then they gave them privilege above us inside the working category. And this is why we see now these people were elevated. So like I said, the whole thing about white supremacy, they look at us, they don't want us to have power. And so this is why we're fighting. So that's pretty much what I'm saying.
Right. That's going to be time. 5 minutes on the clock, please. Timekeeper, brother M.O.T, you up?
Okay. So the clock. All right. The Moynihan Report actually addressed what they were supposed to do with Black people, which was employ Black men. That's what the Moynihan Report actually went over, and there was an actual solution there. So when they do these type of reports, they're actually trying to help do things. But at the end of the day, they wasn't interested in spending that government money either. So you have to understand that before white supremacy can take its hold outside of the household, I deal with direct white supremacy, which is the military and everything else. This is why I say getting people to actually level up through through an actual system to be able to replace the people who are already there is what you need to be focused on. Because they got to be the majority because the minority of the people made it to the top. That's how that works. It's only a minority of the people who get to make it to being a politician. It's only a minority of the people who get to make it to being a judge, a district attorney, or XYZ. But if we don't have a system that we can create ourselves that actually take education seriously so that way people can springboard into these other things to challenge the actual system that you say is there, we're finished. No other society has what happens here. Happen to them when they come here. They keep their everything intact. We can choose to work together. We choose to work against the best nature of people because we support EYSBW. Enjoy yourself, black woman. We don't really require her to bring anything to the table, but we actually allow her to walk away with everything even though she don't bring anything. You have to understand teams are made up of people who have the same goals in mind, who have the same values in mind, who have the same results in mind. And at the end of the day, this stuff is actually different for people. And you have to understand, criminality is a choice. Most crime is opportunistic in nature, for the most part. It's rarely that people go outside of the actual community that they're in and commit crimes because they just don't have the means of transportation to do so for the most part. So you have to understand that most crime is actually committed against the people who they're closest against. Because if you go to any Asian population, the Asian crime rate is 100%. Because that's what they live around, unless they go outside of that. So you have to understand that you're actually confusing and conflating white dominated with white supremacy. Because you can actually challenge these people on every single level before they actually get to where they're going. And you have to realize that bringing up white supremacy at this point, seeing the result that we have at this point, mean that you're actually helping the people get off the hook for what they actually did in the past. I mean, nobody is addressing at all the track record that black people have with each other and trying to blame that on white supremacy. I see that we want to power walk past those things. But you have to realize that other communities, I can give a damn about what they do, but they didn't come here specifically to work against their men inside with the government. That has nothing to do with white supremacy. That has something to do with something that's deep within those people who decide to work against order. There's no order here. There's no reason here. There's no logic here. Everybody acts upon illogic and they go forward with what they want to do. They can't even explain their plans to anybody, long or short term. You just have to understand, dude, that there's a different value system at play. I challenge it every day with what I do. Every day. That's why I work as much and as often as I can, driving as many miles as I can across this country. So that way I can learn how farming works. So that way, when I tell the people down south who got those kind of contracts they can get from the government, what to plant, where to plant, and how to strategize. Why? I'm out here in other places asking other farmers questions so that way we can help people down south. That's how you challenge it, man.
That's Tom.
Am I up?
All right. Yep, 5 minutes on the clock, brother SUPERMIKE. You up?
All right, good job. I mean, like I said, the brother is real good, and I do agree with him on a lot of things. And like I said, my main thing is I think we have a disagreement, and I think people, and I'm glad to debate him on this. People have a misunderstanding on terminology. If we can agree on, and I understand everybody's thinking about winning debate, but this subject is so important. To me, I think that we need to acknowledge where we agree and where we disagree, and we are not enemies. We're just having a difference here. So the points that I picked up on him is that we're talking about crime, and I just wanted to point out how when I talked about crime, the reason why I blame it on the white supremacist system. Keep in mind, when I'm saying white supremacy, these people are not supreme. This is their efforts to frustrate our progress, okay? And what I mean is they have an interest in the black society being weak and easily, controlled, okay? So when we have crimes against our people breaking into our house, people raping our women, people murdering us, okay, you have a systematic situation where the officers that we are told are there to protect our laws against our citizens, these officers that are getting paid from our tax dollars, they don't investigate our crimes, on the same level. Okay, so we have murderers, just like in Chicago, you got people get murdered every single weekend. But for some reason, we don't see who's doing it. We don't see the serial murderers. We don't see where these people get caught. Okay, I don't really see it, and I do look for it. So, but just like Ice Cube, when I thought, he goes out in one of his songs, he said, when I was robbing my own kind, the police didn't pay it no mind. But when I'm out robbing the white folks, now I'm in the pen with the scope on the rope. Okay, so that highlights the fact that a crime is identified and persecuted by the people who are able to fund the investigation. Now, how do we challenge that? Now, true, of course, we are supposed to challenge that, but we're being told two different things. We're being told that we're supposed to depend and work within this system. Keep in mind, this system is a white supremacist system, and they are not going to just let you have control of it. Okay, and the brother is into farming, and he knows that black farmers were sold inferior seeds. He knows that, black people had, 16 million acres of farmland back in the 1900s, probably like the 20s and 30s and 40s. But the KKK and the red, what is these people called? These KKK, like I said, KKK is not a criminal organization. It's not criminalized because they're white supremacist enforcement. They're still around and they're running around with KKK hoods on and marching and stuff like that. Okay, but they're not criminalized in this society because the crime is caused. These people determine what crime is, okay, because this is their system. Now, KKK is crime according to us because our eyes see differently, okay? So I'm just pointing these issues out to the public because, this is what crime is. It in this society. It's here to defend and to make it easy for a white supremacist system to maintain its dominance on us. Now, yes, we are supposed to challenge it. We do have long-term plans, but those plans are to get back our farmland. These people ran our people off of farmland. They burned off our people in Arkansas, Alabama, Georgia, all of it in Mississippi. I know for a fact my people was picking sharecropping in Mississippi. We ran up to Detroit. We ran up to Michigan. We ran up to Chicago and left our land. Why did we do that? Because, people was getting lynched, hung, but those folks were not criminalized, right? And then you go back down there. Our people didn't sell that land, but do you have access to get that redress of your land? No, you don't even think about that. See? So this is crime against us, okay? And this is what we mean. It is caused by the enemy, white supremacy.
All right, that's gonna be time. We're gonna go, because we started with Brother SUPERMIKE, we're gonna go to Brother M.O.T one more time, and then we're going to go to SUPERMIKE one more time, then M.O.T one more time, then we going into rapid fire. Brother M.O.T, you up.
All right, you have to understand that one thing that we do have now versus that we have then is a small group of people who actually want to work together. And you have to realize that we're different people, different groups who have different motivations for different reasons. And you truly have to get that everybody's not here for the same reason. That's the problem here. If you look at Black YouTube as a whole, everybody's not here for the same reason. A lot of people want to talk about the outcome of women, which you can easily dodge. A lot of people want to talk about other things. But nobody wants to talk about individual actions within their own life that they could take to dodge all of this. You could dodge all of this stuff that is normally talked about here. You could dodge all of it. You have to regain all the values that you gave away to actually make yourself a puppet of the gynocentric state. You have to be able to do that. Like me, I don't care about what people think. I just want the best outcomes for people. And somehow wanting the best outcome for people and for people to move the conversation among this actual supremacist argument is something that's bad. You have to understand that still crime is a individual choice. When I arrested people, because I guarantee you didn't know I was in law enforcement, most of this stuff was opportunistic in basis and nothing really at stake when they done it. And a lot of these people I let go, and I probably shouldn't have. But me, I had sense enough to know when a crime was an actual crime versus somebody who was just doing something stupid. So yes, I guess you can say I was part of that system too. But see, I knew that at the end of the day, what this system would actually do to people if they got a hold of them. And this is why when crime went down, I had to go, for lack of a better term. But at the end of the day, I just taught people how to be better with their business that they were doing out there. So you have to realize that you do need people on the inside of what you consider supremacy for this to work. Because here's the thing, there's a hell of a lot more white dudes and people who actually want to help us too. But if you have people who only want help from people who look like them, which is what most of the people who don't want progress want, it's never going to work. You got to have a coalition of people who actually want to move things forward. Because at the end of the day, they wouldn't be able to take their houses through the court system if they wasn't easily able to take our houses through the court system before they took the white folks' houses. It's the same system. So now white supremacy has grown to a point to where it's now damaging white people, something that it wasn't supposed to do. It was supposed to spare them. Like small town America is being hit the hardest because of white supremacy. You see, it's now become that much of more of a threat to where it's a threat to everybody. And this is why equality works for everyone and supremacy works for no one. Because just like during the Union days, that stuff used to work when it was just whites benefiting. But now that they're not benefiting and that they've grown too big to fail, everybody pays. You got people who haven't even got their PPP loan yet, based on the provider who they decided to file their paperwork with. But if they went to a smaller bank, they got their loans right away. Technically, that is still white supremacy at work. But see, it works against everybody in the long run. Because at the end of the day, white supremacy is a monetary system, as long as it's a social construct. But it has to touch the people who think they're benefiting the most, so that way everything can be able to change overall.
All right. My turn?
Yep. And this is gonna and this is gonna be the final round. Okay, you go, and then brother M.O.T go. This is gonna be the final rebuttal rounds for both of you. Go ahead, brother SUPERMIKE, you up.
All right. So he made some really good points, and like I said, you know, these are the points that I wanted to touch both on him. He said he was a cop and he worked for that system, but see, the difference is, you know, I like what he said because we do need black cops, but we have to have the mindset. See, we have to have the black first mindset. When you're in a system, and this is what H. Rod Brown said, and I agree, we can see this over time. He said, systems change individuals, individuals don't change systems. If I work in somewhere, I have to obey the tenets of that system. But they can't completely change you, but they're gonna change your behavior while you're there. Otherwise, you'll be fired. Okay, and so, but if you're still looking at how that system is organized, right? At least you know how to organize the operation of a system like a police, some kind of law enforcement, you know, operation, right? Because you would have to design that kind of system to enforce, you know, laws that facilitate and uplift, you know, and I'm gonna call it Black society because it's our society, people that want to live in a system that's a little bit more fair and, you know, that kind of thing. So now, when he was talking about the coalition thing, I want to touch base on that. First of all, our women are not our enemies, okay? And that's why I touched on the Moynihan report a little earlier, even though he's right, it was meant to be a solution. But when Moynihan presented it to the Nixon, Nixon hated us and the people in his office hated us. So they actually used it as a template, and they did everything that he suggested to do to help us. They used it and they did the exact opposite. Okay, and this was part of what helped create a divide against the women and the men in our society before we was even born. And what they did is empower the women, and that creates a problem because anytime the women have more power, you know, the man naturally wants to have control and power, and then, you know, you're going to have these arguments, and this is what we deal with now. But our job as men, even though we're going to be insulted by such issues, is we want to get control. This is our long-term plan. Okay, when he says we don't have long-term plans, brother, we do have long-term plans. Now, keep in mind, everybody does, like he said, everybody's not on here for the same reason because they don't know. But overall, you know, at the foundation of what the different little sections that everybody wants to talk about, overall, if you're what we call B1 or Black First, you want Black people to have the control and over themselves and their social order. So the long-term plan, which we're dealing with immediately, is we want to convince our people to move in clusters, you know, in places where we can numerically dominate, right, with the same kind of mindset, and then control the farmland and learn how to box people out. This is the reason why when Black folks left the hood and stuff like that in the 60s, and we wanted to move into white people's neighborhoods. And the white people, they were pissed off that we were trying to move in their neighborhoods, not only because they just didn't like Black people, it's because they want the same kind of mindset to dominate in their neighborhoods, because when they go to form agendas, then they have the numerical support to make the agenda work. Okay, because we need numbers. So you can't just individually take care of your stuff and then sidestep it by yourself, because unfortunately this is the team sport. That's why they call it racism. Race. It's a race. It's a sport. We need millions of people to have a similar idea of Black First. You know, that just means that these areas, we don't want to be equality in minorities. We don't want minor. We want to dominate, right? We want places where we dominate. So we have to move into same areas, and I would suggest the South because we already live there. But we want people with the same mindset to own property there, to have meetings there, to come up with agendas for their cities and things like that, because then we can have Black people run the police force. we can, you know, protect ourselves, and then we can grow from there. And then we learn how to, you know, create systems and templates so that we can develop ourselves, and then we can determine what crime is, right? Then we can determine what crime is. That's the plan. And that can happen within 20 years. All right.
Yeah, I mean, but you need an equal. Whoa. All right, bro. All right,
Right.
I
Go
guess it's
ahead.
back
Go
and
ahead,
forth
brother
now.
M.O.T. You up. You up.
No. I
You
mean,
up. No, this is the last. You
no,
want to
I
go
mean,
into
I
rapid
want to
fire
skip.
now?
Yeah, I want to go to rapid fire.
You want to go into rapid fire now? All right. Go ahead. We can take the clock down, timekeeper. They want to go into rapid fire. Go ahead, brother M.O.T. You up.
All right. I don't think we disagree on a lot. I think that our points are really missing each other because we're actually trying to fit within narratives because of the actual debate format. I think we actually agree on everything, actually. It's just that I come at it from an actual governmental standpoint to where I deal with on mostly on an everyday basis, and you're dealing with on another level that I already know what you're dealing with, and it's past that. I'm just saying that for black crime, because I've been in areas where there's zero crime, and I'm talking about people who are dark skinned, who are considered black. They have zero crime there. But they also have a whole bunch of other societal things in place to make sure that these things don't happen because everybody is practicing these things on a household by household basis. So that way, one household isn't practicing one set of rules versus another household who's practicing another set of rules. Like, that's how we got to where we are right now, right?
Right. And I'm going to say this here, and I do agree. We agree on a lot of stuff, but I think there is some differences, which is good for conversation and good to talk. But, you know, like I said, I think we should be encouraged to have our disagreements, and we can get, you know, like this is good debate. But, you know, we want to be careful not to present the ideas of hate and anger just because we disagree on something or whatever it is. It's all good. But the point is, what I wanted to say on that is this. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, there's some of us that know some things and we rebel against the system in different ways, right? So some of us may not be smart enough to rebel against. We think we need to, you know, rebel against the system because we're broke, okay, and we want to just go ahead and rob somebody, or sell some drugs because we broke. Just like you know, Biggie said he was trying to sell drugs to pay to whatever he do something for his daughter or something like that. Okay, these are the type of thoughts that run into our people's heads, right? Now, okay, these are crimes, but at the same time, it's like, you know, because we are in systems that we don't, our scientists, our black first mentality government officials don't have control over. We kind of got to sell out a little bit just to get into positions of power, right? And so if you create a system that rewards the sellouts, right? So the system rewards sellouts. So you got all sellouts that filter up into the little positions of power. Then, you know, you're going to have these kind of things that crime is going to maintain the status quo. And the status quo means that who runs the show? Who runs the show? Capitalism. Like you said, the people with the money, right? And usually those people happen to be white, right?
For
so
now.
What we're
For
trying
now.
to do is
For now.
Yes.
For now.
Right.
But
But go ahead.
I mean, but you have to be able to recognize most schools who have rivals cross town from each other, they know what the up and coming is about and for. We don't concentrate on our up and coming. We don't even try to empower our up and coming. We just let our up and coming do whatever they want to according to their dreams, so that way we can destroy their actual progress.
Mm. Now, what I would say something like this. You know, we have these narratives that float around, and you know, because of the internet date, there's very stupid to me and destructive ideas talking about we don't need leaders, and that's because, you know, it seems that every time black people get leadership, they get killed, and then, you know, they don't kill the sellout leadership, and then you go, black people think leaders are worthless because our leaders, the only ones that survive, seem to be worthless. But every
Yes,
community needs
they
leadership.
get co-opted. They
Well,
get
every
co-opted.
community
But,
needs leadership.
yeah, I mean, but you have to understand, like, there's a way that you don't get co-opted. Everybody practices the same amount of system across the board. You can't co-opt Muslims in the United States, for instance. Why? They all go to the same mosque, and if you don't go to the same mosque and claim that you're Muslim, you never have a voice. It's kind of like the people who speak for the United States and a lot of Muslim countries. You never see them out in the public because once you speak out against the state or against the people, you're no longer one of them, and you need constant protection forever. So, so what we have in society is that a lot of people who don't operate in the public good, I'm gonna use that in air quotes, for black people, but they have a constant voice everywhere within this black sector. Like there are people who come out here, they don't really care about black people. They have no benefit structure for black people, but the only thing they want to do is perpetuate black people type dumb nigga conversations that has nothing to do with black progress.
Because they don't have
But
vision.
correct. And the people who don't have vision run shit around here or think they run shit online. And that's kind of the problem that's always been a problem. Because people would want to
Very
be
keen.
entertained a hell of a lot more than they want to be educated on how to move on.
Right.
There are so many
Now,
people
let me
who
say
I
something.
help.
Mm.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No. Say that point. Say that point. Say that point.
No, I'm just saying. I met so many people who went from
No.
working in a grocery store making $7 or $8 an hour to making even 30 grand a year who felt empowered like a motherfucker.
Hmm.
Just 30 grand. Just being able to pay the rent on the place that he
Right.
was paying a 1 bedroom in. He felt empowered like a motherfucker. And he was
Right.
begging to know how to get to the next level. A lot of these people are
Mm-hmm.
in this position. But you have to realize a lot of these people are kind of socialized into this black inferiority shit because they want the nigga opinion to matter so much. That's the
Mm.
problem. We let
Mm.
niggas get inside these dudes' head and they run too much shit around here without being able to
Mm-hmm.
provide a specific type of result. And then they come to me and just say, how the fuck are you gonna fix this? So they make my
Mm.
position be the overarching thing and the enemy of everybody else by making me the one who would fix everybody else's problem when it was actually the
Mm.
person who actually caused all the problems that they actually need to be going to. So now I'm fighting two wars instead of one war.
Well, I would say this is kind of what I would say is that like we got everybody. Okay, where we need to try to guide our community. I mean, we don't have the necessary power to force as fast as we think we would like
You
it to happen.
Yes you do.
But
Yes you do.
well, listen what I mean. Let me identify what I mean. We have force. Okay, we have a lot of force and we have a lot of power, but our community is like a giant Titanic ship, or it's like a big giant ship. We know, a lot of us know where we're going to end up being and where we need to be, but see, with the game that we're talking, we can force our individual lives and even maybe our family's lives, fairly quickly. But we're dealing with 50, 60 million people. Okay, and when we're talking about building our power base, we got a lot of competing ideas, and just because we believe what's going to happen, it's a lot of people that believe this and believe that and believe this, but it does sometimes it matters what we believe. Unfortunately, opinions do matter in this case because you need millions to support the kind of actions that we need as far as a group in order to build and protect and maintain our power base. So that's all I'm saying. Like, we got a lot of opinions, and unfortunately, we're gonna have to wait until people see that this ain't gonna work and this ain't gonna work in reality, and then enough people believe like, okay, we got to take territory. We have to control areas and then we can start creating government structures. And it doesn't, you know, that's how we got to do it. I mean, I don't care what we can have all these different conversations, and that's cool. But the bottom line is no group in history have gained any power unless they controlled some territory, and that's kind of where we end up going.
Yeah, but you're trying to
we
make
have to be able to be the authority. We have to be the authority.
Yeah, but you're trying to make control of territory is the actual preset for women to act like women and for men to act like men and for families to be created. You see, that's how the
we
women
protect
sneak in here.
ourselves, yeah.
No, it's how we protect men. The women are already protected by the government. They're not part of our group.
No, see, that's what I'm
They
saying.
never have
Oh man.
Okay,
I don't agree with that part because of this. Go ahead.
Okay. They're not
Let me
part of our
say
group
why I don't
because
agree with it. Let me say why I don't agree with that.
Oh, go ahead.
We have to. Our women have to trust us.
Your women.
Remember the Willie Lynch syndrome.
Your women,
even though they don't.
Your women
even though they don't,
has to trust you before they do right by you. But go ahead.
That's right. Yeah, we have to get it to where they trust us. And I know they can cuss us out. They're listening to white mommy, white daddy. You know, those women that's very disrespectful of us. You know, the black women, once the welfare system that was set up for them to be able to divorce themselves, because of course before welfare, who was welfare? Black men. You know what I'm saying? We was the ones to go out and provide for our families, right? But now, once they realize, like, oh, okay, this is the reason why that family structure stays strong, because this man here, this woman has to listen to this man. Why? Because he's pulling in the money. And just like your job, a lot of people stay employed not because they like their job, not because they like their boss, because that check comes on time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I don't want somebody around. Dude, listen. That's not loyalty. Stand around because you can get paid, that's not a level of loyalty. That's what loyalty became, because we got so many men who was wanting and willing and able to compromise themselves for a piece of ass. Like, the things that we accepted as actual loyalty is not anything any other race or group of people would accept as loyalty. No other group of people would accept them compromising the actual structure of the family because they benefited from it. Nobody would ever endorse such a system. So you actually think that once we run things, these women are all of a sudden going to respect us? That's crazy.
They have no choice. They have no choice.
No. They have choice before.
No.
Explain.
They won't have a choice. Go ahead.
Wait. Before you explain the choice before we have power without their help, and explain the choice after they have control without our help. So explain both.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand what you want to say. So right now we don't have power and they're not loyal to us. That's what you want to, the choice that they have?
Correct. Nor does any other group of people when they come to America. No other people has, like, dude, in order to create a group of people, you need people who are cooperating on both sides of the ledger, dude.
Right.
You can't have black men out there. Wait, hold on. You can't have black men out here highly competing with the women out here screwing the entire planet. That's the track record we have here. So you have to understand that conveniently, how they was able to protect this argument within the sector was every time we started talking about the track record of the women, they turned the actual argument into a sexual access argument when it's actually an overall loyalty to the black family argument. But the men walked in and they changed the argument to a sexual access argument to make you bow down to the women's power, rather than making the women explain their actual loyalty to the black family based on the decisions that they made with their actual womb. Right? So every time we come to a truthful point go ahead.
This is what I'm gonna say here. You know, and that's why it's gonna always fall on the men. Is because, and this is the reason why the male is the primary attack this is warfare. It always kills the men, and he says, don't kill women and children. Why? Because this is any group. This is human nature. I don't care if you're black, Asian. I don't care if you white, Catholic, whatever. Women will, their nature is security.
No, stop.
Hold on. Let me finish this. I can prove this. I will prove what I said. Think about it, but I know you probably don't agree it. Give me a little section and think about it. Women, all throughout time, all military strategists that kill the men, save the women and the children. Because a woman, if she sees her children starving, she will give up anything to protect that children. She will give up loyalty to whatever family, to whatever man, to whatever society. I don't care. We can get white women to come over to us. We can get Asian women to come over to us if we have power to be the authority and make rules in that situation. Those women, I'm not even talking about just that generation of women, because sometimes that particular generation of women are lost because they've already been shaped into the previous rule of the society. But when you take power over a particular zone, right, and you have the authority to reward, and you have the authority to punish. Those women that come up under your authority will be so loyal to that system. They will protect it at all costs. And this is the reason why we are having trouble with our current generation of women. It's because they came up under the authority. They came up under the authority of.
That's on them.
Mm-hmm.
That's a choice.
Well,
dude.
I'm just saying that's what we got, and we can get mad at them. True, and I understand us getting mad at them and all that kind of thing, and we can be mad at that. But at the same time, we got to understand.
Whoa. It's not being mad at. It's an actual live reality. That's what we're being seen here. You have to realize that you can't come here and say that until we conquer half the universe, our women gonna come with us. People come to this country married to people who they don't even like, and they have kids with, just to get foot on the soil, dude. So by you saying that, by us conquering more, the women will be more loyal. Fuck all that. You're gonna be loyal up front, or you're gonna be left behind. So you have to realize
I agree with you
that
the
loyal
point.
is not
we can leave that generation behind. Go ahead.
Dude, listen. There's no such thing as female nature. They choose to be loyal to who they're going to be loyal with. Female nature came about because non-masculine men started getting control in society based on feminist control. My grandfather never uttered the word female nature. That's some YouTube shit. Female nature is when you don't have the ability to leave bitches alone, so you let them hoes run over your motherfucking ass 24 fucking hours a day. You call that shit female nature. There is no such thing as female nature. Because if I followed her with a 12-gauge shotgun to the back of her fucking head, and I told her, you go ahead and engage in something that you call female nature, and this gun will pop. You know what happened? She'll never fucking engage in that shit. Most people
loyalty,
won't. Yes, it is. At the end of the day, loyalty is always met out with consequences. It's
now,
always
let me
met out with
respond just to that real quick. Let me ask you this question.
Okay.
You see, this is my theory, and I just want you to respond to it. And it has something to do with what you just said. To me, like I said, to me, crime is determined by the authority. So the reason why I'm making this point is because I feel that we need to become the authority. Now, your woman, we had a gap there. We had a gap because our women choose when they got, like you said, when they got this little welfare, and the white man gave them the welfare, and he said, you don't need your little man in the house. He won't give you a job. He criminalized you. So he gives her money and, and in control of the kids in every situation, even when she's crazy as hell. So the point is, if we treated our women where she just was loyal to us, right? How, you know, if you threaten your woman and you beat your woman, if you threaten and beat your woman, doesn't that make it easier for that white man to slip in and say, hey, you know, okay, why don't you come here and I'll give you power over him? Ain't she going to take that power and use it against you to defend herself if you're threatening her with guns
no.
Okay.
Here's
you're not
the thing,
giving them you're not giving them access. You're not giving them something to come in there and separate you.
No, listen, dude. I grew up with actual black love in my household. All right. My grandmother was married to my grandfather. My mother was married to my father. Okay. That's what happened. I witnessed this actual shit that people call black love. I seen it every fucking day. I was in a farming fucking community. My dad was a truck driver. That's the only fucking reason why he was away from the fucking house. And when he was away from the house, you know where we had to go? Grandfather's house. That's how this shit works. No man in the fucking house, no male fucking leadership, have to go on the leadership of another fucking man. That's the way the shit works. So you have to realize that the things that you have accepted as norm in the society is not the way shit actually fucking works everywhere. I'm only talking about the shit where I'm from. One of the worst places in the fucking United States where I can guarantee you nobody wants to be fucking raised, because I'm not sure even if I was raised there today how the fuck I would get out of there. I'm even surprised I'm still even surprised the day that I got the fuck out of there. Surprised. If I would have stayed there another month or two, I would still be down there. But dude, you have to recognize getting your shit together is a family construct. It's not a male construct while women go out and do whatever the fuck they want to do outside of that.
True.
That's the problem. So when you say female nature and all this YouTube shit, I've never seen any Arab man talk about female nature. I've never seen any Latino man talk about female nature.
Quick example. These Arabs, they get pissed. I don't know if you even we don't, because we're not nosy people. We're really not a nosy people. We're not.
No, I have many Arab friends. Many of them.
Okay, but I'm saying we don't really look at their little private conversations on their little message board between themselves and their little problems.
I'd be around them as a person. So
okay,
like, I'm there with them.
Too, but let me give you this quick example. These guys, when they have control of their women, they got, wear your, whatever that thing is, they call it the burqa or whatever it is. Wear that over your head and, be my woman, whatever. When they come over here, right, the women don't want to do that. And keep in mind that white man, and Arabs are considered white, but, they have different traditions or whatever. But the point is, when they come over here, they say, hey, you don't have to wear that. You can rebel against your man in America, and you don't have to wear that, right? So now that creates a problem between those guys in this society. So some of those women wear it, but a lot of them don't. And those Arab men be getting pissed off. And so that it creates that problem as well, in that group. So, I mean, like I said, I'm just saying that if your enemy is able to entice your women to argue with you, you can't, like you just said, the dominance is a team sport.
No.
The white man don't even have
They're no longer our women, dude.
I mean by team.
Listen, dude. Listen. If you're in the United States military and somebody from a foreign country could just talk you into some shit, the United States military isn't going to have any conversation with you about why the fuck your loyalty was one way or the other. They're going to fucking lock your motherfucking ass up as soon as they fucking can and send your ass off to the fucking brig. They're not going to have those fucking conversations with you. So, see, you're trying to buy loyalty by giving the woman a better fucking life outside of her health with you. Dude, listen, dude, we're talking about first world America here. We're not talking about Afghanistan. Dude, if you're talking about Afghanistan, you're actually making my argument. You're making my argument.
I'm saying. I'm giving you something, but also I'm telling you that everything is not cut and dry. This is the methodology that they use, and this is the methodology that your enemy used to create turmoil inside of your household. Somebody said most of those Muslim women still wear that headdress. Yes, they do, but a lot of them don't. Okay, and that's all the enemy does. Most of black women still marries black men, and black men marry black women. But now we have these, like you said, these stupid YouTube conversations because some of these women, some of these, even the brothers,
Stupid
are
stupid
emboldened.
YouTube conversations about what? You need to be specific.
Well, I'm not about to tell you. Let me tell you, they're having these stupid YouTube conversations because they're emboldened on betraying black authority. Because this is the road that we need to be on. We need to strengthen our families. You cannot have authority if you don't strengthen your families. That means the women have a job and the men have a job. Okay, now there are a lot of women that understand that. And if you only highlight the women, which are a minority, really, if you look at the
No, it's a
families out
majority.
here,
It's a majority.
no,
It's a majority of the
not.
women.
It can't be. It can't be a majority of the women. That, you know
It
why
can't be a
cannot
majority of women.
Because let me tell you why. Because majority of women have men that and they have families and they submit to a man. They submit to a man. Now you may not see it because we're continuously highlighting these loudmouths who want to argue against men, who want to be gay, who want to run around here with
Who raised those men?
and all that
Who you
stuff.
think raised those men?
Huh?
Who you think raised those men alone?
No, I'm not even talking about men. I'm talking about women. But of course,
No. You just brought up men, but
no. I was talking. I know you thought I was talking about men, but I was talking about women when I said that.
okay.
I'm talking about there's women out here that are creating these. They're getting into these little groups. They're talking about like Paris Hilton and stuff like that. They want to drown out men, and then they want to esteem these little women that's in these little swirling relationships. And it's saying but really it's not a majority.
There still talks to the dysfunction of the women if the other women in the actual society isn't pointing them out. Like there isn't an army of Kendra D's out there. There's only one fucking Kendra D. Okay, there should be a fucking army coming over their horizon like fucking Braveheart on these motherfuckers against the black family. There's only one of her. One.
What's the job of the man?
A man is not going to the man is not going to overproduce over the dysfunction and the actual psychosomatic of everybody else in the society. I just told you, Kendra D is probably the only person.
I just want to ask you this question.
Wait. I'm not even done.
Okay, I'm going to listen to what you're saying. I just want to ask a question, and I'm going to be quiet because
afterwards. Let me.
You're going to make me forget it.
No. Kendra D and maybe Jessica X is probably the only people busting down all the bullshit that we've been hearing in this sector over the past years. 2 people. Now, I'm not subscribed to everybody else, but those are 2 people who I've been seeing on panels who've done it consistently. So what you have to think about is you're trying to buy out a woman's opinion based on your actions versus her actual working with you the entire time. You can't do shit like that.
I'm not aware of those 2 people that you talked about. I'm not aware of those 2, and I will try to find them and subscribe to them.
You're in the Black Manosphere, which is this is a space.
I don't know. I don't listen to all of that.
Okay. I give it to you. You don't know who they are, but you should subscribe. Her name is The Crimson Truth. Type it in.
No, I'm gonna write it down because I'm on this phone and I can't type it.
Okay.
But yeah, you said The Crimson Truth.
Yeah. You need to subscribe to her channel. And if you have a black woman friend, she needs to be subscribed to her channel. If your black woman friend cannot stand listening to Kendra D for longer than fucking 50 seconds, you're probably with the wrong woman.
Now, let me ask this question to you. And I want you to think about this here. What is the job, general job of the
Oh,
male
sorry.
in society?
Sorry, it's the Crimson Cure. The Crimson Cure. Sorry.
The Crimson
Sorry.
Cure?
Yeah.
Okay, Cure.
Crimson
Not
Cure.
Truth.
Yeah. Oh God. I'm sorry. Oh my God, niggas gonna kill me. But yeah. The Crimson Cure. Sorry. Yeah, that's what it is.
The Crimson Cure. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What is the job of the man in society?
His job is still the fucking lead no matter what the fuck happens. But at the end of the day, you can't expect the man to lead and then hand this shit off to people who haven't been alongside this man the entire fucking time. Okay? That's the problem here. We put too much pressure on the man to operate alone until he's able to be sived down like ripe corn by every other woman in society, mostly the old hoes who you see out here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a problem where a man has to go that long without getting his needs met while being nothing in order to be rewarded with having everything once he's done. Because once that man comes to that level, all the people come to take his shit. And there's no protection for a man like that in society, right? There's no protection.
So you're saying who's supposed to be protecting the man?
The woman's supposed to be protecting the man as much as she's showing silence to protect other women in society. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I don't know to me, I feel like with the stuff that you said earlier about the granddad and about your father, being the authority, I think they probably was the protectors more so than the mom.
But see, here's the problem.
What do you say to that?
They were raised in societies to where their protection was already there. Their protection was already there.
I'm talking about who's
from white
protecting
society.
who the most. Okay. By who though? I'm saying who's doing the protecting though. That's all. Protection and providing, women, that's how I was raised. That's the man.
No.
That's our job. Yeah. That's how I was raised.
Yeah, but the women wasn't out here running the field while you was out there trying to be the protector and provider. There wasn't no whole phase for old women.
Who had access to your woman if you was the protector? Who had access?
She didn't have the level of choice that she had today, dude. That's
do you understand? You see where I'm getting at with these questions? I don't even have to go through all the questions. The point is,
I'm not trying to operate. Wait.
We was too weak.
Wait.
At that point,
you keep saying it.
I'm just trying to tell you. I'm just trying to get
No.
We were too weak because we had been defeated as a group.
Let me correct you. Here you go with the black men are defeated bullshit.
We were. We were defeated at that time.
Okay, well, all right. Well, can I answer that Cynthia G talking point?
Go ahead. Well, you assign it to her. I'm telling. Well, you can assign it to her.
Talking point. It's her.
But she just repeated it.
It's her. It's her talking point. It is her talking point. Let me tell you why it was her talking point. Listen.
Cynthia G have nothing to do with what I'm telling you.
But it's her talking point that you brought up.
But listen. I don't get that from her. I don't get that from her, though. I don't. So
you get cooperation out of Cynthia G? You get cooperation out of Cynthia G?
I'm just
that's a question.
You listen. I don't get that from her.
That is a question.
No, but see, if you're not trying to have a conversation, I don't know if that's. I'm telling you right now, I don't get that from her.
Conversation has nothing to do with agree with. She did create it. It's a talking point.
No, she did not create that.
It is her.
She can have any talking points she wants to have, but she did not create that reality. At that point in time, we were defeated, and this is just a bottom line. And that's not. It's not that we are.
Thanks for your time.
Is there anything else we need to?
Is there anything else we need to go over?
Now you're joking. Over. I'm just asking you, brother, because I'm a man and I love our people. But the point is,
no, I don't love all my people. I don't love everybody with black skin. Yeah, you may. I don't.
Now I'm
just telling you.
Okay, well that's fine, but I do. I love my people. The point is, at that point in time, we were defeated. Okay, so our enemy
You were
had access
defeated.
to our
You were
people.
defeated. What area of the
Okay.
United States where you were defeated at? Because that's not my argument.
All right, brother. I'm just I mean, this is just a
So you're
historical
making
fact.
excuses for women to be disloyal by saying we were defeated, so
Well,
these
I'm
women
just
can do whatever
telling
the
you,
fuck they
at
want
that
to.
point in time, your enemy had access to you, and he had access to your women.
What
That's just the bottom
enemy
line.
are you talking about? What enemy?
The people who were able to enslave you, the people who were able to make laws that forced you and compelled you to have to listen to.
Why
This is this
didn't
group
any
of
other
people, and
people
it's
decide
called,
to be
these
disloyal to
people
their
are
own people?
called white supremacists. That's what those people are called.
You
And
are
they
an
just had,
EYSBW enthusiast. Do you know what that means?
But I don't even know what that stands for. That's what I'm trying to
Let me
get you to
tell you.
understand.
Let me tell
Like,
you. Let me tell you what it stands
okay.
for. Let me tell you what it stands for. It means enjoy yourself, black woman. That's what that
Okay,
means.
well,
When you
that's
say,
fine. Whatever you want to get that from. I don't listen
you
to all
gotta
that.
fucking stop, dude. When I say enjoy yourself, black woman, you're gonna make every excuse in the world about why she's fucking disloyal, except for the reason why she is fucking loyal to the fucking group. And then you want to loop around to the men who you thought you fucking sexually repressed into lunch lady fucking sexual sex drive to fucking accept anything because it's fucking black. That's why SBM is on that fucking rise, son. And ain't
See,
nobody's gonna be showing
all
up.
these groups.
Yes, it
you
will. Hold on, I'm not even
YouTube talking
done. I'm
points.
not even done. You can respond wherever you want to
I'm a
once I'm done.
civilized conversationalist. And
No,
like
you're not. You
over.
keep interrupting.
No,
you
I'm
keep
pretty
interrupting.
civilized, and I'm not going to change my tone based on
okay.
you know,
You're not
going
to change your tone.
No, I mean, I'm just going to be
You're not
civilized.
going to change your tone.
It's
but let me help you.
It's
but let me help you.
Or it's not.
Nobody considers that woman loyal to the black cause. Nobody. And at the end of the day, if you're using her talking points,
keep in mind, brother,
which is
what
fine,
the debate is about.
Which is fine.
Keep in mind, it's about crime. Keep in mind. So, how do you become the authority to determine what crime is?
I'm not going to become the authority to buy a woman's respect. How about that?
Well, I mean, like
respect is something that you should already have before you even take a step anywhere. I'm not just a farmer, dude. I do a lot of shit.
So was your grandmother
just doing now?
So what I'm saying is, was your grandmother the protector of your father? Or was your father?
Come on, dude. Do you really think?
Okay.
Like, dude, my grandma. Dude, I don't believe in women being.
Your talking points are not being rational, and they're not lining up.
My talking points are not being rational. What's not rational about my talking points?
You're not being rational. You're not being rational.
What? Okay.
You're
now that you said that,
and regurgitating
now that you said that, now that you've said
that.
Okay. Now that you've said that, what specifically about my arguments? Because I know you're probably being texted by somebody on the phone to say this dumbass shit. So what is it about my talking points that's not being rational? Of course I am.
Okay, I'll tell you exactly why. Earlier you said that the women were the protectors of the men. You said that.
We're not the protectors of the men in society.
They're
supposed to work.
That the women.
Sir, let's stop.
What is the job of the man?
Not my. The man is to do his job, but the women is. Listen. The women are supposed to work alongside of the men, no matter what. Just because the men ain't operating at efficiency, just because the man isn't operating at efficiency, doesn't give the woman the right to go out and do whatever the fuck she wants to.
What is the job of the man? This is what I asked. And
the job of the man is to protect and provide and come home with a woman who's also fucking loyal to the cause. Period.
Okay, but you earlier, when you answered, you said that the woman's job was to protect. That's what you said.
I never fucking said that. I never fucking said that.
It's on recording. Okay. Well, I mean, everybody can listen back at it. You know, we'll.
No, it isn't. You're fucking lying. No, you're lying.
Well, that's fine.
You are lying.
Well,
I never said the job of the woman was not to fucking protect, dude.
Okay, so the job of the man is to protect and provide. So you agree with that?
Correct. And the woman's job is to actually
Okay,
follow
so
the man's
now,
lead.
so hold on. So let's go back. If the job of the man is to protect and provide, and another group of men had access to your woman,
Who
let's just,
decided to
Time.
have? Who decided to
That's time. That's time. That's time,
Okay,
brothers. That's time. That's
go ahead.
time.
Go
We're
ahead.
gonna go into closing arguments. We started off with
Okay.
brother SUPERMIKE, so closing arguments. We will start off with brother M.O.T. Timekeeper,
Okay.
can I have 7 minutes on the clock, please? Brother M.O.T, you up? Closing arguments.
Starting the clock now.
Now it's not the time to team with anybody who ever takes white supremacy seriously. Don't ever team with anybody who ever thinks that black women are supposed to run the gamut of free dick until you get your shit together. Don't ever do no shit like that. These people are fucking fucking loyal to us. I wish the previous person would have showed up tonight, but since his actual point of view is actually one-sided debate with nobody else actually showing up, we have somebody come up here who actually don't care about the black family. People like this don't care about the black family, folks. At the end of the day, you know, if they come with Cynthia G talking points in their mouth, they're a fucking traitor and a fucking fraud. There's no point at this point in time looking at how many people who've come through the American system that we have here to say that black men need to be even more loyal to this disloyal motherfucker here in America. This is why I'm a SYSBM member. This is why I refused D. Rail's talking points earlier about what he wanted to debate, which is better for black men, black woman, black man, or SYSBM. Because at the end of the day, a black man gets to choose whether or not he wants to be whatever relationship he wants to be. There's a lot of people who are with black women all over, and they're still SYSBM. At the end of the day, you got the track record that you earned. And you can't complain about a black family that you've never been a part of. It's people. So at the end of the day, I suspect that we have online. Hold on a second before I keep going. T.P.O.T, do you know who this is? Who I'm debating?
Did you want me to pause M.O.T? I had paused the time for you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't pause it. Keep going.
Sorry about
Have
that.
anybody seen this guy here before? Who I'm debating? Does anybody know who I'm
SUPERMIKE.
debating? Yeah, SUPERMIKE. Does anybody know who SUPERMIKE is? Because I suspect this is Aaron fucking Fountain, who I'm actually talking to. But if somebody wants to convince me that it's not Aaron Fountain, I would be shocked to fucking talk about it. But I suspect that I'm here talking to another guy who's another person who's trying to put this bullshit over on us. But if he's not Aaron Fountain, I'm cool with it. But at the end of the day, dude, black men not being in power everywhere in society does not mean that they should be disrespected and be dishonored by the women in actual society. I've never seen this motherfucker before on any panel. But at the end of the day, walking through with Cynthia G fucking talking points and then saying that you don't give a fuck that there's Cynthia G talking points is fucking bullshit. So at the end of the day, you're going to have to speak an entire time about how you plan on getting the actual cooperation from women who you want to be consigned to, but they get to do whatever they want to with their own time. At the end of the day, you have to realize, sir, that you don't have a plan. And I think SYSBM is the way. Because black men need to be socialized with choice as the women were in this society. So you have to realize that you're actually going to have to provide a counter argument to what's going on here. Because there's no group of men locally in anywhere in any country who's forced to gain power while the woman shows an abject level of disloyalty toward the men. And then they're supposed to provide for the same women who's disloyal to them after they make it. That's not how that works. That's how this stuff works. It starts with a track record. At the end of the day, I don't need their track record. I can see it quite literally myself. I don't need these people to do anything. I did everything that I was supposed to. And I already have a safe and secure life. But at the end of the day, since Mr. Therapist didn't show up, Mr. Therapist is part of the same system here that empowers black women. He just counsels them on the side so that way they can get their kids back from black men who they took them from. I wanted to bring this out tonight, but he never decided to show up. Because he knows that I know this information. Every time older black women that you allow a black man who is an obvious fucking fraud to show up and show you some type of fucking loyalty and love, and you back him the fuck up, it makes yourself look like a disvalued piece of shit. That's what it makes you look like. This is why older or even younger black men shouldn't be fucking with old hoes out here. Because these women have not showed a level of loyalty. This is why they're on the market. And this is why this guy thinks he's being slick but bringing up Cynthia G talking points. It don't fucking hurt me at all. It just shows me how dumb you are in this sector. So you have to fucking understand, sir. The Moynihan Report, while written by a white guy, was to help the black family out. It wasn't to make sure black women could be more disloyal to black men. And if this shit ends up in any one of your fucking Aaron Fountain fucking videos, I will be there in that fucking middle portion of Indiana my fucking self. So fucking try me, bitch. I'm done.
All right. 7 minutes on the clock. Timekeeper. Brother SUPERMIKE, you up.
What's up, man, family? All right, family. So look. There's a way that we think things are going to go, and then there's a way that things will actually go. And that's just the bottom line. It's not about, I don't know, like I said, I'm new in these circles. I don't even know what this person you're calling Aaron Fountain. You know, I heard of Cynthia G. I don't know what SYSBM is and some of this other stuff y'all was talking about, EYS, that other stuff y'all talking about. I'm in these circles is because this is a good community. Brother, shut up. Put yourself on mute, please. Hey, look, I'm in this community because this is a situation. This is a community that is having very important conversation about the direction of our people. All right. And the bottom line is we are in situations that are on the outside. We're going to have to run our own system. We're going to have to run our own system. A tree cannot survive without the root. A tree cannot survive without the root. What do I mean by that? If you're having problems in your society, it's because you don't control your society. Who controls your society? And your society controls and dictates your resources. Your resources are controlled by the same people who defeated you. I don't know if we have to prove that, you know, we were in a situation of enslavement in this country. We were in a situation of sharecropping in this country. We're in a situation of, you know, crack being put into our communities and new Jim Crow and all these different types of situations. Now, this is just the bottom line. All of this stuff is subjected to us because we been able to defend it because we're not we don't control our own resources.
What's your plan, though?
We
need a plan. We need a plan.
Man. Can you please restart that? Can you please restart that, or give me a couple minutes here because this brother?
No, you need a plan. I ended with a plan. You need a plan with your action rather than bow down to women. We need a fucking plan. You came on here jumping in. You need a plan.
Hold on
a second. Plan.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let him finish out his closing statement, brother M.O.T.
And
then we can,
can you give me like 20 seconds, brother?
Hey, give him an extra minute. Give him an extra minute to include his plan.
Put it to 5 minutes, brother KIT. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Hey, can you mute that brother?
No, I'm not going to.
Are you able to mute him? Because
he's gonna let you. He's gonna let you finish. He's gonna let you finish out. Go ahead. He's gonna let you finish out. He's gonna let you finish out. Go ahead.
All right. So the point is, there's a way that we think things are going to go, and there's a way that they're actually going to go. We, as a society, have no chance of getting control over our resources. This is our ultimate objective. We need to control our taxes. We need to control where we live, where our food. We need to control our businesses. We need to control our education. We need to control every aspect of our life on a scale of millions, not just a few hundred YouTube or 1,000 YouTube people. We need to literally control all of our resources. Okay, how do we do that if the male and the female is irrationally arguing? So I don't care what your argument is. If you think that the source of your primary enemy is your woman, and if the women think that their primary enemy is their male, you guys are not on the road to recovery. So this is the bottom line. And historically, this is how you become the authority to be able to dictate who's a criminal and who's not a criminal. So the point is, first of all, you have to get control of your black family. You don't do that. You have to gain the trust of your females, and the females have to gain the trust of your women, of your men. The male's job is to protect the family. If Moynihan or whoever, if the government, if Nixon, if welfare department, if child support department has the power to offer your woman a few trinkets, if they can offer your woman a few trinkets because you're not able to provide for her, to protect her, to educate her children, to educate your children, and you're in that situation because you were not able to protect your people. There's no excuses. There's no excuses. You see what I'm saying? Because that's our job. That's what we got to do as the male part of the society. And if we have dysfunctional women out here, we must ignore them, and we have to deal with the people who understand the game, because we're moving into a position of dominance. We have to control who is rewarded and who is punished. Okay, if you're talking of you want to make blanket statements about all of your women, all black women don't even listen to this YouTube talking point, and all black men don't listen to it. All black women don't even know who Cynthia G is. All black men don't know who's this Aaron person, who that is. So the point is, you have a systemic behavior out here. How do we fix that? That's the conversation. But the bottom line is, your enemy is the foundation, the people who are rewarding women, because who rewards the woman when they go to child support court? If the women are using child support as a weapon against the male, who's rewarding them? Okay, the men have to get control over society. How do you do that? You have to be able to suffer and get control of territory. You have to create jobs. You have to, this is what we got to do. We have to be able to provide industry and then employ our women, employ our children, employ our men. And then when you are the boss, you control the politics, you control the finances, and you control the territory and the food, then you dictate who is the winner, who is the loser. The women that grow up in that kind of society will be loyal to you. And that's the bottom line. Make all the excuses, curse the women out if you want to. It's not going to change what happens to you. And this is the reason why the losers make excuses and the winners do what needs to be done to make it happen. And this is just the bottom line. This is how it's been forever. Okay, just like the Moors. I don't know if you know the history of the Moors. You know, they ran and they defeated, which are our ancestors, they defeated white people for 800 years. And so white people didn't sit there and make excuses. After a while, they won, and now we're the ones that's suffering. So we got to do the same. We got to win. No excuses.
Don't fucking leave, though. You got a lot of questions coming your fucking way.
Our debate to an end. Y'all know now this is the time of the debate where we take the poll, but both debaters have to agree to the poll.
I agree to the poll.
Do you agree to the poll, Brother SUPERMIKE?
I agree to the poll.
People in the audience, in the old T.P.O.T YouTube page audience, if you believe Brother M.O.T won the debate, put an M in the chat. If you believe Brother SUPERMIKE won the debate, put an S in the chat. M for Brother M.O.T, S for Brother SUPERMIKE. Come on, type them in there. Let's go. Let's go. M for Brother M.O.T, S for Brother SUPERMIKE. Shit.
I mean, so many S's.
I haven't seen any S's yet.
Great job, Brother M. Great job, M.O.T.
Looks like we're going to be calling it for Brother M.O.T. That's what it's looking like.
I mean, like,
yeah, that's what it's
like, I have a question. Like, okay.
Go ahead.
That's what it's looking like.
What do you think your ideal society would look like before black women will cooperate on a one-to-one basis like they do in other families?
What is the ideal society? We have to be in control. We have to be in control of the resources.
And before you get control of the resources in this scenario, you would gladly accept your women doing what they've done throughout the past 50 years until you had.
You can't control your women unless you control the resources.
Okay. Okay. So, what's your plan to get control of these women? What's your plan?
Like I said, you have to have a step. You have to control the resources, and you have to control the levers of reward and punishment. If you don't control the levers of reward and punishment, your women don't have to listen to you.
Okay, so do you have that in your household?
Yeah, I got some of that, but I don't have control of society. So my wife can go out and work. She doesn't have to listen to me because, she can go out there and get another job. She can divorce me. The women, they have these kind of options in this society. But
so you've accepted that. I mean, so you've accepted that.
Simple fact.
No. I'm asking a question. So you've accepted her disloyalty as an option.
Well, my wife is not disloyal to me because she lives with me. I've been married for 15 years. I just understand the overall system.
But so you're saying that you have understood that she's going to have a level of disloyalty to you if she chooses.
Well, she has the option. She has the option.
Do you accept that as an option for your household? Do you accept that as an option for your household?
I don't know what you mean by accept. My household has loyalty.
Do
My
you
wife
want
has the
that to
option to
happen? Do
leave.
you want that to happen?
Obviously not. My wife is married to me. We've been here raising children and having
So
fun
you
for
think that
15 years.
marriage holds her there in that relationship that you're with? I'm asking a
Well,
question.
her choice holds her here because I'm a good enough provider and I'm a good enough protector.
So you're
This is
so you're okay with accepting your good enough position for now, but you're open with her choosing somebody else in the future because you don't have all these things that you just asked for
well, she
everybody else
could
to
do it, but she obviously has not done it. Now the point,
yet,
what I
yet,
was arguing
yet,
on a
yet,
society
yet,
on a,
yet. The
what are you
word is
talking
yet.
about? Listen, what?
Yeah, I
Well,
mean
yeah,
the
I mean
word is
that's
yet.
not
You left the option
okay.
open,
Well,
so the
that's
word
what
is
you.
yet. I mean, so
I
the word
can
is
be,
yet.
look. We're not in a position in the society to reward and punish. Meaning, I don't have that power in the society to reward and punish on the level that we
Okay.
would like. So I'm
Here's the
trying
thing.
to. That's kind of
Well,
what
here's the thing.
my education was for you, and I was
I am
telling you
I
guys
am
that.
culturally
I'm not,
married to a Muslim. If she were to step outside the family construct, she could probably be honor killed. To be quite nice
okay.
with you. Yeah, that's the deal. You can have that level of
Okay. Can
loyalty
you
with
do
your
that?
women. Not me. Her culture does that. The culture
I'm saying, but
protects people, dude. This is why I went to another culture for women. I would never allow a woman around me who would even display the level of fuck shit that you're talking about. I would never be around somebody
did
who
you
could
hear
stab me in the
yourself?
back
You
so
sold out.
freely. I
You just
Hold
sold
I
on.
sold
out,
out to who?
and you and
Hold on a
Who
but
did
second.
I
listen
sell
what
out
you
Hold
to?
on
just
a
said. Go ahead.
Hold on.
Oh,
hold,
what's up,
hold
brother?
on a second. Y'all know this is the time where we take super chat questions from the
Okay.
audience and brother Great
Okay.
Britain.
Yep. Go ahead.
Good look on that $2 super chat. And brother Great Britain says so to a black woman loyalty has a price tag. I guess he's referring that to you, brother SUPERMIKE.
Okay. So what did he say? The black loyalty has a price. So to dude, a black woman's loyalty has a price tag. Yes. On the large scale, you have to pay a price for loyalty. That's true. You have to provide. You have to provide your function. You know, this is a machine here.
Yeah.
Society is a
Yeah, well, I'm
machine.
done
You
debating
don't.
this guy.
If you don't provide. There's no use for you if you don't
Hold
provide
on.
your basic foundation and your function. If you don't do what a man is supposed to do, then that woman is not going to understand the point of view. So
All right.
You want me
We
to
got
debate
a
this?
we got a we got another super chat from my man Hulk. Good look on that $5 super chat, brother Hulk. He says,
is this
so
a
a
brother
black
for
man.
me? I see
Hold
it.
on, hold on, hold
Go
on,
ahead.
hold on,
Go
hold
ahead.
on. Let me read the question. So a black man has to take over the entire world, controlling all resources for a woman to be a cooperative woman. I get the Superman vibe. Lol.
That's
Laugh
right,
out
brother. That's
loud.
your job as a man. You're supposed to be dominant. You're not supposed to want to be under the control. If you notice, when you work at a lot of white corporations, you know they a lot of times they have a problem with taking orders from you, right? They love to promote their culture above you, past you. They don't like listening to you as their boss. They don't want to be under your domination, even the appearance of your domination, right? So this is why a lot of times we see a lot of racism in different white companies and corporations as far as the hiring process, as far as the promotion process, because they are not satisfied with being equal to you. They want to dominate you. And this is the natural state of the man. We should want to dominate in certain areas. We don't want to be equal no more. Our mindset is domination. So we want to take over states. We want to take over municipalities. We want to take over literal territory. And we can do this simply by moving into those territories and meeting with each other and maintaining, you know, that society and controlling those resources. That's what we have to do. And that's just the
M.O.T,
bottom
you
line.
ain't right for that shit you wrote in the chat room, man. Oh, good look on that. Good look on that PayPal, brother Nick. Appreciate that, brother. Brother Nick dropping some coins on a brother's PayPal. It is appreciated, brother Nick Taylor. I might need to refresh this shit. This shit moving slow as hell.
Hey, T.P.O.T, man. Do you need me?
Yes, sir.
Do you need me for anything else?
Oh no, we good. Oh no, we
okay,
good.
all
I
right,
appreciate it. You know I always do, brother KIT. Did you get the list that I sent you? For the teams?
I got it.
sent
I'm
you a
gonna
list.
put something together for you. Real soon, okay?
Okay.
And that brother,
Well,
I want to respond to
I
that
don't
part.
need
The brother
anything
said
before
not without
Wednesday.
an army. Brother X, may I
I don't
respond
need
to this
anything
chat?
before Wednesday.
The brother Dark
All right,
Man.
I got you.
Hold on, what you talking about? We don't
The brother
answer
Dark
any
Man
questions unless they're super chatted. God damn it.
Okay. All right, big brother. I respect your platform. You see, right now, brother X controls this platform. He's dominant on the platform, so I'm going to respect the work that he did in creating this environment. And you know, and this is the damn. This brother gave $500. He said, "Get me out of here."
Yeah, I'm the nigga who you talking to.
Oh, that's you,
Yeah.
man of tomorrow.
Oh,
Good job, big brother.
oh,
You gave $500.
I'm out.
But you see
good
how you just
look.
paid for that?
No, I'm not gonna
Brother
fucking listen to this shit.
M.O.T with the half a stack.
The brother just paid for
Good
that.
look, my brother with the half a stack.
Look how much respect you get when you put some money down on the table. M.O.T.
Oh my goodness.
I'm just trying to.
M.O.T is a regular here, man. He's part of the league, man. M.O.T's a regular here,
you
brother.
see, you expect to be rewarded because I don't have $500 put on it like that just to promote that point of view. But the resources matter.
Goodness.
You know, and that's just my bottom line. We got to
shit was so big that shit made my computer freeze. That shit made my computer freeze.
Hey, if you gonna pay for the win.
Nope.
Yeah, but
I
I ain't gonna let you do that, man. No, SUPERMIKE. No, brother. No, I ain't gonna let you do that.
Keep talking.
You see that
wait a
loyalty,
minute.
right?
Wait a minute. No, it has nothing to do with loyalty. Like I said, M.O.T's a regular on his channel. He's part of the league.
Right.
He put that half a rack up after the poll, not before.
Right.
So I'm not gonna let you say that.
Yeah.
You can't say that. He did that after the poll. So
hey brother, I get it. I really do. That's right. Oh no, but yeah, and like I said, you know, I'm new here and I understand that. I don't expect to, you know, come in here, you know, just the brothers are regular and that's all good.
Yeah, well, this
is
the. Let me tell you something, brother SUPERMIKE. Let me tell you something. Tonight was supposed to be a league debate because I have started a debate league. There's 6 teams. Each team has 5 men on it. All right. This is a league. So when you came on, I told you that you was about to debate somebody that was pretty formidable. I'll let you know that.
Okay.
I mean, this ain't the first time brother M.O.T has debated on here. He's debated on here I don't know how many times. So he's well aware of the debate format. He knows how it goes down. He knows the talking points. He knows the time. He knows all of that. I told you that in the beginning, that you was going against somebody.
Okay, can I respond to that? So, Great Britain. You see that question there?
Yeah, I'll put it on the screen. Good luck on that half a rack, though, brother M.O.T. God damn.
Yeah, I know that was serious right there. But the brother said he works around Latin men. Now I'm in California, and a lot of people in California understand that there's whole towns where you go into that little town, and the stores, everything, they have their language there. They speak Spanish all in the whole little town. You know, they control that area. And yes, they're not, maybe they don't have the level of finances that the white society has, but they have the mindset of domination. They want to create zones where they dominate and they can protect themselves. And this is the reason why California is moving to become a full sanctuary state. And they allow them illegally to come inside.
Well, who do they have the help with?
And,
I mean, are they doing it alone as men, or do they have their women alongside of them to do that?
Well, they're coming in as men and women.
Hold on, let me read brother. Hold on a second, SUPERMIKE. Hold on, brother SUPERMIKE. Let me go ahead and let me read this from my man, Great Britain, because brother Great Britain always dropping coins on it. Good look on that super chat, brother Great Britain. He says, "I work in construction around Latin men. They're poor in a country not their own. No English, cash checks at liquor. They cash check at liquor stores, and their women are loyal." I'm assuming that's being referred to you, brother SUPERMIKE.
Yeah, like I said before, the brother made a good point, but the point is they're taking over a full state because of the mindset that I'm trying to get a lot of the black people to understand. This is how they do that. They have the mindset of dominating areas instead of arguing with their men and women. You see, they have experience in taking over areas. If they come into your neighborhood, they want to continue to speak their language and they want to buy businesses. They want to run their politicians and control territory. See, and so that's what I'm saying. I understand that I may have lost the debate because the people don't see what I'm talking about, and I understand it, but I feel that I'm good because at least they heard it. They heard that point of perspective. Because the point is, in reality, this is how other communities do it. They move into an area where they dominate, but then they literally have the mindset to control everything in that area. And that's the kind of mindset.
So is the women's loyalty before they get there or after they get there?
Say it again.
So is the women's mindset before or after you get there?
The women's mindset? They both have that mindset. They both,
okay.
The men and the
so
women.
There is no both when it comes to black people, but there is a both when it comes to other people.
No, there's a both. And that's why I tried to tell you earlier that you can't make your women your enemy. You have to.
They're not.
You have to get them
they become our women because based on their behavior.
Well, this is what you argued, but you have to. They're yours because
buy them out.
When you have sex with a lady, white or black, then the baby that comes out, is part of your group. That's the reason why there are women, because we're part of the same family. It's not just because we're having sex with them. It's not because we've married them. That mother that had you is part of your society. So that's what I mean by when I say our women. Black women, are ours and we're theirs, not because we're in sexual relationships with them. It's because we are coming from the same source. We're part of the same community. We went through the same history.
Okay, so free associating from your point of view.
I don't know about that one, brother SUPERMIKE.
What's wrong with what I said?
Go ahead, brother M.O.T.
Yeah, so free associating purely from your realm of standpoint. What do you have to do personally as a black man to get a certain level of respect from a black woman?
What do you have to do to get a certain level of respect from black women?
Yeah.
Well, the bottom line is, from my standpoint, now you're talking about just individually. Just individual, or are you talking about on group level?
Oh no. As an individual, because you're individually doing it.
Okay, as an individual, I can't force a damaged black woman to respect me.
Okay.
So I have to pick out the women who already have a foundation, who understand that black men are to be respected.
Okay, so nobody. All right. You can go ahead. The brother speaks question. You just super chat it. shit, he must have blinked out again. I got it up there. Question for M.O.T.
Oh,
Besides
okay. I'm
ignore.
back. I'm back.
Okay. Who's talking?
I am back. Let me see. Oh, we got another super chat. Let me go ahead. Let me scroll. My bad. My bad, brother. Bro Speak. Bro Speak says, question for M.O.T. Besides ignore the black women, how do black men achieve the culture that benefit the black men and black family?
Yeah,
That's a
I
good
don't
question.
consider black women part of the black family. But at the end of the day, if they
Mm.
want to be part of the black family, they will do what every other women do in society. Because I'm not going to create a spot for a woman to come in later on after I built everything. So I don't give a shit about what black women want at this point in time, especially the older ones who are in this space. I don't give a fuck about them. Why the fuck would I give a fuck about women who are 35, 40, 45, 50 in this space trying to act like they were down for the black cause? Like, like people who believe in this black family shit are the main ones who be shutting the fuck up about the black family. Because at the end of the day, y'all did not hold these women to any type of account in society till motherfuckers started leaving and leaving them the fuck alone, right? So I don't consider them part of the black family. And I don't consider sexual access as a reward for being part of any type of family. I don't believe in that bullshit at all. I think if you promising these hoes a fucking future, you should be out there fucking providing it. Not unsuspecting men who you trying to push this responsibility off on. We don't need old hoes to be teamed up with unsuspecting men out here to perform as black family. At the end of the day, you should be teamed up with people with the like mind, the like wills, and the like age. That's the deal. Age. We have women who are 40 something years old, still hanging out there at these fucking clubs, hoping they can get a guy to get them fucking pregnant when they don't even understand how biology works. You're not gonna get pregnant fucking them young dudes like you used to fuck way younger dudes back in your day. That's the problem. We have a disloyal history here that we don't understand. And at the end of the day, I truly don't care about that level of loyalty. I don't give a fuck. You care about it? Show me what your plans are to actually help these women. Bunk beds, nigga. I got them for you. I could bring them anywhere you want to. Have them delivered anywhere you want to inside your
Okay.
house. I'm telling you, I'm waiting to deliver them. So don't tell me how much you care about these women. Tell me where you want these bunk beds sitting at. And I got some game changer stove gate stoves to put the stove in whatever room you want these bunk beds in so you can cook for them too. I'm ready. I'm ready to provide.
I'm,
I'm providing bunk
I'm
beds for
about to
everybody.
I'm about to open the panel up. Y'all cool with that? Bring a couple brothers
Yes, we
on. Y'all
are.
cool with that?
Don't leave, bro.
All
Don't
right.
leave. Don't leave. Okay.
Why would I
Let's see
leave?
who comes. Oh, okay. All right. All right.
I don't have no reason to leave. Man.
So if a brother or two wants to come up, the link is in the chat. Go ahead, feel free to come on in. Feel free to come on in.
I'll tell you,
The
man.
door has been open.
I got some game changer stove gate sign stoves to put right beside your bunk bed. I'm ready. Where do you need me to put them? Where you need me to put them? You can have a bunk bed with a stove across from your bunk bed.
What's the bunk
I
bed
mean,
terminology? You gotta give me. You
I'll
gotta
tell
let
you,
me know
man.
what that is.
Hey, man. There's a lot of people who need help. We got king size bunk beds, if you believe it. We got them in king size. California king, if you're bigger than that. California king size bunk beds for everybody. Dude, you can seat a
Let me know what
whole
that's
family.
supposed to be about. What was the symbology with the bunk bed thing?
No, I mean, the bunk beds are to help everybody who cares so much about black women so you can put them all on one bed inside your house. Yeah.
Okay.
Brother,
I mean, because we're trying to
SUPERMIKE.
provide shelter.
What's up?
brother SUPERMIKE. Let me ask you something, brother.
Yes,
Did
sir.
you turn your camera on to prove to us that you weren't Aaron Fountain, or you just turned your camera on? Did you do that to prove to us that you weren't Aaron Fountain?
Oh, it don't matter. It don't
Well,
matter.
I mean, I didn't, but yeah, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
I'm SUPREMIKE. This
Okay.
is
I mean, but Supermike, like,
Okay. Now I was
how
just
did you go
asking.
from
I'm
a
just
regular?
asking.
No. I got a question. How did you come from a regular mic to a super mic? Like, how did that work?
well, actually, that little label was actually just given to me by I used to work building houses, and a little Korean girl, she just started calling me that.
Oh, okay. All right, sure. All right, man. So, how did you expect the debate to go when you came on?
Well, I mean, I didn't even know I was debating brother Eugene what happened in the beginning, so I didn't expect nothing. I just came up
Oh, okay.
just give my opinion. That was it. There was no
So, do you
preparation.
really think that white supremacy is as big a threat as black inaction?
No, you're right. Black inaction is more of a threat than white supremacy because we have the power to defeat the white supremacy. But if we don't act, then we won't win.
Okay. So you're saying
No,
that
I mean, I'm
the
just saying. I
actual.
come from. See, okay, go ahead.
So you're saying that it really doesn't matter about the woman's loyalty in the society if she's not gonna work with you, right? So you gotta accomplish all this shit. Like you played like the Legend of Zelda, where Link has to go through all this shit to like say goodbye to the woman who he's never gonna date at the end of the Zelda game, and then there's like another Zelda that comes on after that shit where he's doing all this shit all over again.
I'm not sure. I played Legend of Zelda, but
Which
I
one?
didn't break it down. I didn't break it down that deep. The point
Yeah.
is that you have to save your woman. Yeah, she's locked up. She's like locked up in that tower.
Oh,
And if you don't
okay.
go,
So we're
just like
talking like Super Mario Brothers
just
now, or
like
we're talking about the Legend of Zelda?
well, you could take that. That's actually a good analogy because just like the game, you always saving women. Super Mario Brothers, just like Django, just like all of that symbology is the man has to go save the woman. She's literally uh under the influence of the enemy, and that's just the bottom line. And like I said, I mean, this is just what has to happen. Otherwise,
So if a person is under the influence of alcohol and they get caught drunk driving, do they let them out of jail because they drunk driving? Like,
how's that synonymous?
it is.
How's that
If
I'm
she's
just
under a power
I mean,
of something else.
so,
So if she's under the power willingly of something else, and she specifically comes to you to be saved, how is that your
wait, she came to
responsibility?
me to be saved?
Yeah,
She
that's what
came to me to be saved?
That's right.
No, she didn't come here. We got to go get her.
Oh, so we gotta go
talking
get her
about
from the
on a
castle.
societal level. Now we're talking about on a societal level. If we talking about individual level, see, that's what I mean. Like people getting confused. If you're talking about on an individual level, then you only deal with people who understand your mindset and what you need
Okay,
to
so
have.
we're talking.
If you're
Okay,
talking
so
about,
we're talking Mario Kart at this point, right? So
well, I
you
didn't
have
play
to
Mario
win the
Kart, so I
race.
don't know.
Okay, there's a
Okay.
lot of them, but at this point, you're talking Mario Kart, where you don't get the respect of the girl who's actually racing in the same race you are until you win first place in the race that you're all running.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if
Sounds
that's a
about right.
good analogy. I don't know if that's a good analogy.
Hold on a second. We got a super chat from my man Nick Taylor. Good look, brother Nick, on that $5 super chat. M.O.T. I got a 53-foot dry van that's empty coming back from Nevada. That's empty. We'll give you a deal on hauling them beds, man.
Well,
Nick
only
got a truck for y'all when y'all want to hump them bunk beds.
I'm telling you, We got a guy named SUPERMIKE who's apparently Magneto on his off time. So where would you like to Magneto some bunk beds to, sir?
Magneto bunk bed.
That's right. You're going to pick up the actual trailer, 53 foot, with your Magneto powers and drop them all off in any black community.
These bunk beds are for. These bunk beds are for what?
Saving people in the community who needs to be saved, sir. What would you like to drop them off?
How's the bunk bed going to do that?
A bunk bed is going to save at least. It's going to save a woman and her family.
I'm just saying, how's the bunk bed? How's the bunk bed a solution to saving and to getting power?
Correct.
How's that
so
bunk
what
bed
it is?
How's the bunk bed going to make us the authority having jurisdiction over our own?
Okay, I will help you with that, because see, the bunk bed is a solo responsibility. You buy bunk beds, you find girl you want to save, and then you drop bunk bed in the house of the woman that you want to save. So this is all on you. Since you want to save nameless, faceless, actual women, you can actually show me where to actually drop the bunk beds at. Nah, Nick Taylor, man, them Great Danes cost some money, man. Nah, man, them Great Danes cost some money. I know them Great Dane trailers cost some money, man. They light and everything up. Yeah, Great Dane. 53 foot. They cost a lot of money, about 35 grand a piece.
Yes, they do.
Well, that's cool.
I see quite a few of them come through my shop loaded with shit.
That's what you like to do.
Nice ones too. All outfitted with lights in the rack.
Oh yeah. Some of them be having.
Let me ask you a question here. Let me ask you a question, M.O.T. Let me ask you a question, big brother.
All right.
So the bottom line is, if you yourself, let's just say the court system decides to let women come after money if you had a child by them, or if you were married to them and they had a child by someone else, if they allow them access to your money even after the child turns 18 up to 31, how is that? Is that something that you would support, or how would you just look at something like that?
Dude, you just said a 31-year-old grown ass adult that had no interest in raising.
Right.
No,
that's right. I'm just saying. I'm saying though, how would you respond to that? Would you respond to that by attacking the women?
No, she wouldn't come back from the cruise. She wouldn't come back from the cruise.
So you would kill the woman?
No, she wouldn't. She would have an accident. Accidents happen all the time.
So you feel that it's not the courts that is the source of the problem. You feel that it's still the woman.
No, I mean, I just wouldn't sleep with women who have this type of mindset. You have to realize that I have a choice in the matter to deal with people like this. Like you fall under the unreasonable assumption that I have to deal with people like this. I don't. I really don't.
Look, I'm talking about a court change in ruling. And I'm just
like, how is the court going to make me sleep with a woman?
Let me tell you why I said that. It's because that's a possibility. I said I'm talking about if the
court can't sentence me to a woman.
If the legislators decided to come up with a rule that would bump up the powers of the child protection court system and give women the right to go after men, whether they had just married them, whether they had kids with them or not.
So a court can't sentence me to some Rihanna.
For children.
So, however, I'm going to be sentenced to somebody else other than Rihanna. Oh, okay. All right, man. Well, go ahead. Man.
Yeah, they will allow. I'm just saying they just bumped up the powers of the child support system and gave women even more power. Okay.
It wouldn't affect me.
How would you attack? I'm saying. So you're talking about personal. I'm just talking about a system-wide change. will affect men.
I don't care because a court is not going to sentence me to go wrong side of a woman. Like that's a choice.
So
Any woman who
I'm saying,
wait. Let me understand how this works. I am going to decide what woman I'm going to have sex with. Any woman that I'm going to have sex with is going to be on birth control, the kind she doesn't get to remove, the kind that I'm going to measure her progesterone levels inside her blood every Monday. That's how that works.
Okay.
Yes. I'm not sentenced to go inside of a woman raw. I'm not sentenced to go inside of a woman raw and deal with the fucking consequences of that. That would be stupid. I don't have these type of problems to which you were actually speaking of. I'm not actually worried about women. I'm not actually worried about women. I'm not.
Okay, but what I was getting at with that question is, the point is, the problem actually came from the court system.
How is the court system is going to make me deal with women who have a historical level of not being with men? How is a court system is going to make me do something that's against what I want to do? I don't want to do shit.
So you wouldn't have a problem with courts adding those kind of restrictions and giving those kind of powers to women. You wouldn't have.
I have a problem with it for everybody else. I have a problem with everybody else.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about you personally. I'm talking about
no. There's no reason why that should be expanded.
It may not get
you. It should be retracted.
It may not get you.
Doesn't matter. It should be retracted. No woman should have any power or authority. Any woman who had sex with this in this environment should show a signed document, fingerprints, and blood sample that a dude actually want to be a father. If she ends up pregnant, that's on her.
What if I agree with you? What if I agree with what you just said? Now, there's some women who won't use that power, but that system. Okay. But the point is, why the source of the problem is with them being even given that power, and who is giving them that authority?
It's not. Okay. Let me tell you why.
Okay.
Many women in this society from their cultures have the same level of power that black women have over black men. Even whites have the same power. It's whether they want to exercise it or not.
That's true, ain't it? That's true.
Yeah.
And don't they?
Yeah, it's whether they want to exercise it or not.
And don't they exercise it though? Because the child support court is not just against black men, right? It's a lot of people have to go through this process,
against
right?
any single person who wants to enter that type of arrangement to screw over their men. Most likely used by black women first, white women second, and Latino women third. By actual
but what's the source of that power? That's my point. Is it really changed by attacking the women, or is it changed by attacking and changing the law? Is it changed?
You can't change the law if most men in society want their actual masculinity verified by a woman's opinion of how and who they are in society.
I just want to tell, good evening. I just want to tell both of y'all brothers, I enjoyed y'all debate. I think if anybody won, the people who was listening, we won, because we got to see two brothers have a debate and respect each other, and was able to clearly get their points across. And so whatever information that the people who may be listening to this, or as I listening to it, they was in for a treat, because this is the kind of discussions we're supposed to have when we can have two brothers who can, have intellect, where they can sit down and discuss if you agree or not agree. And that's the only thing I want to say. I'm going to let y'all brothers continue. I just say I respect both of you.
All right, cool. All right. Okay. So this is what I'm saying.
Thanks for that too,
like,
brother.
So I don't understand, like, why would you want that option to be out there for anybody?
Okay. Now,
because it's against equal protection under the law.
By you asking me that question, you know what? By you asking me that question, That tells me that you didn't really understand what I'm saying. I don't want the options out there for people. You asked me why would I want that? I don't want those options to be out there for people.
Okay.
But my point to you is because we are not the authority having jurisdiction over our resources and our education and our laws. That's the spot that we want to be in. Okay, that way we don't have to protest. We don't have to argue with our women. We don't have to argue and create.
No, I mean we don't have to do that now. We don't have to do that now.
No, I guess. I mean, I know you smarter than everybody that's not as smart as you, and so there's out of millions of people, right? Some of us are going to have those kind of arguments. Well, my point is, I want to move our whole community past that level of conversation of infighting. I want to give the men the authority that we're supposed to have, and I want the women to have the protection that they're supposed to have.
Oh shit, SKC, you have to jump on. Wait, hold on. SKC, you have to jump on. Oh God, he has to jump on. SKC, you have to jump on. You have to jump on. If there's any moment in YouTube history that you need to be here, it's now. It has to be now.
Yeah, let the brother SKC come up because I have some other talking points for him. But
yeah, it's definitely a fountain, dude.
Yeah,
but go ahead.
Yeah, come on up, brother Supreme.
SKC, come on
up.
You got
it, man. You already
know
what it is, man.
Oh, okay.
Him and any of the other brothers want to jump up. Come on up if you want to.
Yeah. Okay. So this is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's like you're expecting.
But you can't change that. You're not dictating the legislator. You're not dictating the legislative process.
But that doesn't mean that
you're not fighting for dominance.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that I'm supposed to deal with somebody who don't respect that. Like, dude, teams win. No, you have to understand that teams win games. So when you expect for an individual to outshine the entire team of the entire system, that's never going to happen. Teams win, and if you have a woman who doesn't want to create a family, the only thing she wants to create is more power for herself with sexual access. I understand why she's doing it. I would never pick a woman like that.
Okay,
but
so
women in this society, women in this society are still getting pregnant by somebody.
Okay, so that's cool. Let's stick to that. Like I said, we are on a society level, and I'm giving you a definition of what I mean by when I say our women. It's not the women just because you have sexual access to them. These are the women that are your mothers. They birthed you. They are your aunties. They are your daughters. Okay, these are the women that grow up and we have authority to raise, and we have been raised by. Okay, so when we're talking about black women in relationship with black men, we have more levels of relationship with them than just sexual access. So this is what I mean by our women. These are the people that live in the same groups and are frequenting the same situations that we are in. Not just sexual access that I'm talking about.
SKC.
I'm just getting here, man. I'm a little lost because I'm sitting up here watching all this craziness happen here in Houston with the rioters and stuff. Because I'm.
And that's a good thing. The rioters are given. This is what I want to talk to somebody like SKC about, because the brother, I noticed, because I have noticed you on several different occasions when you make your talking points, they are always to the detriment of the black people, because I know that you said I think you married an Asian person or what have you, but there's no logic and rationality or strategic dominance kind of talking points when we come to somebody like an SKC. So really? It's good to hear this kind of talking points, because it's something that is good to hear, and that way we can understand because he actually names himself Coon. So that allows us to know that, you know, because sometimes you get into a group think mindset when you're trying to do something, and it's good to hear the counterpoint. So, you know.
Oh, so what you're
Eh,
saying is that you want to hear the counterpoint of Coons, actual Coons.
Yeah, that's why I started
Oh,
listening
okay.
to
All right.
some of
Okay.
these guys
All right.
because, you know, some of these guys are not. It's not about rational. It's not about fairness. It's just about anti-black talking points, no matter what the situation is. It's about the
well,
devastation of black people, and it's about the dehumanization of black people. And I mean, and this is no matter what the situation is. You know, it's not a consistent thing about these people just have some type of hatred against black power. They just have a hatred of it.
a
And
hatred
so they,
against black power.
yeah.
Wow, that's
Something I don't
interesting.
know what
That's an
yeah, I
interesting
don't know what
concept.
your history is, but something in your past or whatever, you know, conditions that you were raised in, you know, you just for some reason just have a hatred against black people having control and authority. So
Oh wow, okay. Uh, a hatred against
that's
black
just
people
from what I've
having
heard. This is just from what I've heard of your talk.
I mean,
mm,
so who did you hear from before?
Well, I've seen him on a few other panels and conversations. He was on BMT's panel a couple times, and I've seen him over there on Taz's thing.
if I could pose
Oh,
a
wow.
question,
Mm-hmm.
how can, because I think you said that I have a hatred for uh, blacks having power.
Yeah, that's just my impression based upon the consistent comments that I've seen from you.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's an interesting thought. I'm trying to get a understanding of where you're coming from with that. I would ask though, how can I have a hatred for something that has never existed?
Oh, are you familiar with the Morris history?
Okay, well, I'll just say within here in America.
Okay, now you changed your position. That's fine. Okay,
That's
so
not.
the point is that we are able to have power, and also, uh, you know, we had
Have you
levels
ever
of
seen it?
power. Well, I mean, I've studied it. There's common history that's available and agreed to by all members of society. So yeah,
Okay,
the history is available to see that.
so that would
Pretty
be
recent history
similar.
as
So
well.
that would be similar to like a modern day Greek person saying that they study ancient Greek history and can have an idea of the power that they can have at some point.
Yeah, that's what history is for. It's a document and a record of human activity. So
Okay.
we can understand that, you know, if other communities have done something in the past, those lessons are able to be repeated if you study it.
So so you actually feel as though here within humanity as a whole that it should be a continuation of shifts and shifts and shifts of power, right?
Well, yeah, you're gonna shift power.
Until what happens?
That's just the development of humanity. That's just how humans do it. No nation stays in power forever.
So there should be
It's
this
like Romans.
continued.
The Roman society lasted for about 1,100 years.
Mhm.
There's still a Rome. There's still a Rome, but it's not the level. They don't have the level of power that they had with the great Roman civilization.
So
So,
it should be each person by their, I guess, race should be in this eternal battle to get on top of
that's why it's
power
called race.
of everybody else.
Yeah. Well, we live in a race-based society, and those categories of race,
Uh-huh.
you know, are fairly recent.
Okay.
So yeah, so we're using that, you know, terminology. But it's really just societies. It's just societies. But right now we're dealing with categories of race. So yeah. So you're gonna have to fight and do what you need to do for your group to achieve power.
Right.
So that's the situation here.
So that should be your main focus, would be to get your group power over all other groups, right?
That's right. You want to have dominance. You want to have dominance.
Okay. And what happens if you choose not to do that?
Then you will be destroyed. You will be killed and used.
Okay.
I mean, you will just be embarrassed.
So what about all of the
right now?
So what about all of the individuals who have lived lifetimes and died and never fought for any of that and actually enjoyed their lives?
That's what's happening. Those particular individuals have made that choice. If they've enjoyed their lives, they've enjoyed their lives. But there's a lot of people that have not enjoyed their lives. And so this is the motivation to achieve power. It's because when you're under the control and under the power of a group that is not making it easy for you to achieve your goals, then you will run into these things called frustrations. And this is what we see rioting in various parts of the country. You see people wanting to destroy things, people complaining about women complaining about men. People are dissatisfied. It's because the situation, the system that determines reward and punishment is not satisfactory.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that's an interesting concept. This continual revolution and fight for power. I don't know. Maybe I'm just fortunate in finding a cheat code, because I'm not frustrated. I'm pretty happy.
Yeah. So now we're on individual. Now we're speaking on an individual level. That's fine for your individual self. But if we're going to switch from individual talking points to societal talking points, it just confuses people.
So
we're talking about society. We're talking about societal conversations when we're talking about nations like Rome, when we're talking about racial categories, when we're talking about power for group level. So we're talking about group talking points. If I want to talk about individual talking points, for example, your choices as far as your individual marriage, as far as your individual financial choices, your individual choices, that's a whole different conversation.
So here's a question then. Since we went from the societal to the individual, and I'm gonna go right back to the societal again. If I'm looking at from afar, peering down on the city, and I'm seeing people doing their little rioting and stuff and getting herded around by the police and so forth. And, me and my wife and family, we're chilling. What is the motive, or what would be the incentive for me to get involved with such societal issues over enjoying myself? What would I get out of it?
Well, right now with you particularly, you are involved with it because you looked at it and you're making commentary based on it. So I don't know what level of involvement you're talking about. So you will need to specify the level of involvement that you're speaking of.
Well, I'm a journalist by trade, so I can observe, right, and report on it, right?
Okay, so that's the level of involvement that you're talking about. Why would you report on it?
No, I'm asking you, as an individual who is thriving, what incentive would I get from involving myself in any of that societal stuff?
The terminology, the definition of involving, I would like you to specify what you mean.
Why should I put myself inside of that struggle when I'm not struggling?
Okay. Well, if you are not struggling,
how would group Black Power help me?
how would group back power help you?
Yeah.
Well, if you are a person who is category, according to this society, your category is considered black because
Okay.
that word is what English language has chosen to call a certain group of people. If you're considered in that category of black, then the level of association that group has an effect on your access to points of points of dominance in the community.
Obviously it hasn't, because I'm thriving.
Well, are you thriving?
Yeah.
Are you a billionaire? Are you Zuckerberg? I'm
No,
just saying,
whoa.
you got
thriving
levels
means?
of thriving. You have levels of thriving. You have levels of thriving.
But you just went all the way to billionaire.
You're using terms, but you're not defining, what your idea of thriving is.
Sure, so and you just went very hyperbolic. You just went very hyperbolic with the whole billionaire. There's only, I believe, only 1,200 in the entire world. So I'm supposed to be.
How come you're not one? Don't you want to be that?
No, I have no desire for that.
Okay, see, you don't want power. So you don't want power. So you have no motivation to be involved with the acquisition of power.
Well, I guess. I mean, if you believe that having billions of dollars is the answer to
certain people, there are certain members of a society that have the desire to acquire power and dominance. Okay, there are certain members of the society that do not. Okay, so that is the situation. A person like yourself who has no motivation to, assist in the acquisition of power for your group, you just simply have no motivation. There's no talking point that I'm going to come up with off the spur of the moment to motivate you to do that. But obviously, as we see on the television, we see in society that there's a lot of people that do want to, involve themselves in that.
Yeah.
So I think you're I'm gonna counter question you, and I'm gonna go off the same question. Hold on. Let me give you a counter question.
Sure.
If you have no motivation to involve yourself, since you're thriving, if you have no motivation to involve yourself in that struggle, what is your motivation to stop that struggle or to frustrate that struggle?
Come again?
What if you have no motivation to involve yourself and to encourage the struggle for black dominance or power? What is your motivation from a person who's obviously thriving, according to your definition of thriving? What is the motivation of someone that is thriving? What is their motivation to label themselves a coon, which is synonymous with the term traitor? So why would you frustrate that process of dominance, since you have no reason to assist the process of dominance? Why would you label yourself a coon?
Oh, easy. You stated you kind of put a I would say a label on thriving as grasping for power and being a billionaire. And I'm sorry, but right now, 45, 46 million people cannot all be billionaires. So having that as a goal is a foolhardy is a foolhardy quest. Almost it's chaotic. So it's like I rather.
So you think it's a foolhardy quest for an individual to desire to become financially and materially dominant? That's not black thought. That's not something that, you know, the black
No, I think
society
it's foolhardy to sell that as a goal to 45 million people.
Okay, well, you know, nobody's selling it to 45 million people.
When the economy as
45 million
itself,
people to have the access to achieve that.
and
We would like
even
those
40
people
and
to be
even
able to
45
achieve
million
that.
people today with the billionaires that are on the planet don't have access to those 1,200 people that do have that amount of money. That's a foolhardy quest.
Okay.
It doesn't exist.
Yeah. So the point is, why would you frustrate that process though? Why would you? So why? I mean, if that can't happen,
Because it's asinine. It's a pipe dream.
Are you?
Because it's a pipe dream.
See that they're okay. You're helping people to see that, right?
I'm helping people to see. I'm helping people to understand what reality is. Not to lose.
Yes, sir.
Brother SUPERMIKE. And what's good, brother Supreme? What's good with it, man?
What's going on, Ed?
Same old shit, just another Saturday. Let me ask you something, brother SUPERMIKE. You don't have to tell me where you work or what you do, but what industry are you in?
I'm an electrician. I'm a union electrician.
Okay, so you probably make a pretty good amount of money. You probably do pretty good for yourself, right?
Yep,
Let me ask you something else.
And I do electrical work and other.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I deal with a lot of electricians. You boys make good money. So now, let me ask you where you live. Not where you live, but what part of town do you live in? The hood?
Black community. Well, I mean, our community is it's mixed. There's a lot of black people here, but you know, I am in California.
Is it the hood?
Not as many. I'm from Detroit, and I'm comfortable around my people. I grew up around black people. I'm
asking you, are you in the hood? Yeah. I live around a pretty good amount of black people too, but I don't live in the hood.
I can't say that I'm in. No, I can't say that I'm in the hood like when I grew up in Detroit.
Of course you don't live in the hood. You're a union electrician. Of course you don't live in a damn hood. That's the point I'm making. You make a good living, so you're not in those communities. You're not in the damn hood or the ghetto or the projects or none of that shit.
California.
How can you expect other people who are at your level or above it? How can you expect them to kind of be in the hood and in the ghetto and trying to help these folks when you're not in the hood? You're not in the ghetto.
Okay. So this is what I say to that. Look, and I'm just giving to you. Now, SKC said he's not motivated.
No, I didn't say that. You said that.
Oh, hold on. I have to kind of lay this little small quick foundation to get Brother X's question answered where you can see what I'm talking about. There's some people, I'm thinking of SKC, but there's some people who are not motivated to do this. But me also being a student of history, I like history. I understand that you need both levels of community. You need leadership and you need people who are risk takers in order to maintain a society and maintain areas. So in the 60s, we had our riots. We destroyed our own communities, right? And then what ends up happening is, that's what happened. I'm just trying to go through this real quick. We had the riots. A lot of communities got burned down. The more educated people, okay, they didn't understand why it was important to take over those areas and start to rebuild and control those areas. They didn't understand because they were being given, access to money and access to benefits. So now we fast forward today and we're starting to see loops. The people at the bottom are dissatisfied, and it creates this problem, and the society gets burned down again because of inequity or what have you. When that happens,
Could I interject
the
one
people with
thing?
the skills. No, let me finish that. I just want to finish that, and then no, I want to finish
I
that.
gotta roll it, man, but
I
y'all
know
next,
y'all
right?
gonna. Let me finish this off.
Okay.
The people with the skills, with the business leadership, the people with the political leadership, these educated folks, these type of people who can teach these kind of skills of survival. These are the people. They don't have a direct motivation, but they have a long-term motivation, because the people who are controlling your resources are outside of your community. But
Okay.
those are our positions, rightfully. The educated people are the natural leaders of a community. And if we accept jobs instead of accepting the natural position of leadership of our community, then we're not making the right rules. We're not setting up the systems. And that's what other groups do. That's why we respect the Chinese. That's why we respect the Italians. That's why we respect the Muslims or the Arabs. And we respect the white and the Jewish people. It's because those people, they have their goons. They make them become police officers, and they make them become, maybe construction workers. And then they have those educated people. And they all work together to run their system. And that's what I'm saying. Now, what was you saying?
So you said this thing that the educated individuals from, I guess, those areas, they did not want to come back and rebuild those areas and I would say make use of the people that were there, right?
That's right.
Okay, so now you would be talking about individuals within my own family, like my mother, father, my grandfather, so forth. Okay, so knowing firsthand experience from both of them and having spoke with them and known them all of my life, the idea is that it wasn't a thing of not being motivated. It was a thing of, why am I going to use my energies and my hard work to move right back in an area that could bring harm to my family?
Right. You want me to respond to that?
It's one thing that's called being motivated, and another thing just being flat out stupid.
Okay.
So you said a risk. You said a risk taker. You said a risk taker.
That's right.
But at the
Your
same
risk
time,
are what I'm saying by risk. Let me just specify what I meant by risk taker. Your risk taker is somebody who's not necessarily the deep thinker. If they feel offended, they will go out there, and they are the execution. They're people who join the army. They're people who join the police force. People that will take dangerous. They will engage in dangerous behavior. That's what I mean by every community has risk takers.
Yeah.
But you said being
in the military would be like taking a risk, right?
Well, I mean, active combat. When I say military, I'm not talking.
Yeah.
So even in the military, you have people that will volunteer for active combat, and then you have people who
my grandfather fought in Korea.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Like at that point, they will actively and literally volunteer.
Right. And one of the things that he stated when he came back was that because of the state of the community, he wasn't going to had taken all of those risks, built different things, and then move into a community where he was going to get robbed and his family accosted.
Right.
That didn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Why you say motivated? Nah, my grandfather was very motivated. He was a very intelligent, a war veteran. That had nothing to do with motivation. This is not being stupid.
No, when I say motivated, when we're talking about motivation, you're always motivated to do something. But he was not motivated, to do, things in, like you said, he was not motivated to move and to organize Black society. He wanted
okay.
do something
So
different.
where is the organized Black society now?
Well, it was his job. It's the educated people's job to create that.
Oh, so he
You
was
can't
so
expect.
him and
Hear me out.
others
Let me give you a
were
principle.
supposed to
Let me
put
give
that
you a
on their
principle.
backs.
Let me give you a principle.
Oh, okay.
Let me give you a principle. Okay, and you can respond to this because that's fine. But let me give you this principle. In any society, it is the duty of the educated group to teach the uneducated. You cannot expect things. You cannot expect rational and educated behavior from uneducated people. So when you're talking about society level mishaps or misfortune, or if you're talking about weakness, you have to put the burden of decision making on the educated class of the society.
Yeah. Oh, okay. And I'll give you that. And if you wanted to follow that line of logic, it would also be the duty of that said educated class that if you want to go down that way, if those individuals don't listen, then it is the duty of that educated class to get rid of them, isn't it?
Right, but the educated class did not want to acquire the power to get rid of them. See, that's why I was having the conversation with Brother M.O.T. first. See, M.O.T., that's what I was having that conversation. All of this depends on the level of power that you have to acquire. And this is what I'm saying. Just like with baking a cake, you can't just put water in there and then put the cake in the oven and then bake the water and then pull the water out and then start mixing the dry ingredients. Things have to go in a certain order in order to be done.
Oh, so you wanted the educated class to be a warrior class as well, and to dominate over this. Almost sound like a kind of like a Hitler thing.
Okay, if you want to classify that, that's fine. I mean, like I said, SKC, when you, and like I said, I go back to your name because it seems that you purposely misunderstand talking points and twist talking points in order to fit a preconceived narrative. You do less trying to actually understand the point and having, legitimate disagreement instead of trying to, it's like you when someone makes you tells you a narrative, it's like you literally misrepresented on purpose.
Okay, and I'll reset then.
I'm just saying to you that is not going. I mean, I understand that's fun, and when we having the YouTube debates and stuff, but when we're talking about actual how it plays out in real life,
okay,
you have to have. That's the point of education. It's like when you go over to these countries in Africa or wherever, they're ran by uneducated leadership. Okay. And then if these people, if people are not educated, they're going to make stupid decisions. I mean, you should expect that. How can you expect wise decisions from people who are not educated? And then if the educated person goes in there, he needs to expect until he does his job with properly educating his community, he's going to have to expect these type of behaviors of rejection, of all these kind of, things that we see, because you were abandoned. You left it up to the white man to educate them. You didn't fight for your community. And so when you see the situation turn out where we're sitting up here rioting again, repeating the stories of the past, if not enough of us did our job and organize the infrastructure of the community, taught the kids the trades and all these type of things, there you go.
So let me pose this to you, and I'm just going with the supposition that you've laid before me, that it was the duty of this educated class to build this up and so forth, so that things would not be in the position that they are now. But we are in 2020. things are in the position that we are now. We are seeing repeats of cycles and so forth. We do see the detriment of family being virtually non-existent within Black America, that is, intact families. Okay, at what point do you call the game?
When you say call the game, give up, is that what you mean?
Yeah, I mean, at what point are there too many holes in the ship?
Are you saying at what point do you give up? This is what you mean by that, because I just want to specify what you mean.
What I'm asking you is at what point are you at a critical mass where it's not about giving up? You actually do. When do you say that you do not have enough of the educated individuals to accomplish the goal that you are seeking out? Is it just to the last man? Is it just to the last man?
Alive. Okay. Yeah, as long as you alive, you have to, and you have a level of understanding. You have that is the fundamental goal of life.
So just a hypothetical, a hyperbole hypothetical. SUPERMIKE is the last educated Black man that has the motivation to lead a nation on planet Earth. The rest of Black society is on some BS of, I want to just, monkey around and do whatever, blah, blah, blah. At what point does SUPERMIKE call the game? Or does he just go down to his death trying to educate people that do not want to be educated?
Never give up. You never give up. You never give up. And you don't educate people who don't want to be educated.
But that's what we have today.
Always different points. And if you want to go after people who,
let's just be truthful, SUPERMIKE. The majority of Black America does not want to be educated.
See, you're talking about majority now. And see, that's what I was going to point at with my answer. When you're talking about majority, this is different than none. Okay. You deal with people who you can deal with. If I and I'm just going to give this example as in nature, a tree, it has multiple seeds. Some of those seeds fall on good soil. Some of those seeds fall on bad places. Some of them get eaten by birds. Some of them fall on concrete. Okay.
Yes,
I know the problem. The seed is not the problem. The seed is, I'll get to it in you know what I'm saying? The seed is not the problem. It's where you're putting that information. If you're putting that information in a place where it's a waste of time, then of course what you're going to get, a waste of time. It's not going to work. Okay, you got to focus on the places where it will work, and that's the problem. And that's just what we have to do until it grows. A community is grown just like a baby, just like a plant. It's not something that happens all of a sudden right away. And you can study other groups and how they develop. We got Koreans, we got, Chinese history, and we know that these people have been developing for, at least 2,000 to 3,000 years. They had moments where they were fighting, and right now in Hong Kong, they're writing. They're writing it for different reasons. But the point is, we're not any different than any other group of humanity. If we're dissatisfied, we're going to riot and we're going to tear shit up. But when you go into the rebuilding stage, you have to have certain things happen. And, and that's just the bottom line with Black people. Our job, our position, if you are considering yourself an educated person, sure, somebody will give you some money, a job, and you're going to take that job probably because it's easy. And there's nothing wrong with taking that job. But the point is, your real job is the controller of the industry. And the money you're being paid. Okay. I'm just saying that's your spot. That's your real spot.
Okay.
Yeah. Like when you work at a company, if you go, let's say I get a job, instead of, I can get a job at some giant contractor. True enough, I could get that salary, but really and truly, as far as, let's say I go, build some infrastructure in a, let's say, majority Black neighborhood or Black municipality. the white contractor that I work for can pay me to go do that. But really and truly, the way I would like to see things go is I would go and bid that contract. I would hire my people, and I would be the dictator of how things go there. If you go to someone in Chinatown,
can I jump in
you
real
go
quick?
to a business, go ahead.
Coon,
Go ahead.
can I ask a question? All right, hey,
go ahead.
Super Mike, I don't know you. My name is Mike also, so you can call me Mutt.
Oh, what's going on, Mike Chinner?
What's going on, bro? So, okay, I got a question for you. You said yourself that it's the duty of the educated people to go back to the community and educate the people in the community, right?
I said that.
Yes. Okay, so my question to you is, when it comes to power, you are in the union of electricians, right?
That's right.
Okay, so did you go back to your old community and, teach those people there and bring them into the union also?
Well, yeah, absolutely. Like my family, first, you organize your family first. You organize, that's what I was trying to get with SKC. I hate calling you that because I hate disrespecting people, because to me, when you use, I hate that word coon, bro. But
why?
The point is, you
why?
Yourself that I hate it. But anyway, because it's synonymous with traitor to me. But
okay, but
the point is, but that's fine. That's fine. I'm not gonna get into that. But this moment, I want to answer this question. The point is, you start with the easiest group to access. You organize your family first.
Okay.
The kids that's growing up in your family. That a lot of people left the community, and they even left their family. They're educated, but they left their family because the family was hard to deal with.
Now, okay, when you speak of the motivation that you said earlier, that the educated are supposed to be motivated to go back into the community, but if he was motivated to get that education, and the people of the community were motivated to get the education, how come one can and one cannot?
How come one can and one cannot?
Right.
That is, I can answer that, but now we're thinking of absolute realities now. Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
How come one? No. Let's think about it in serious terms. Some people are born in California. How come some people are not born in Michigan?
No. Okay.
Some people are born in a community. Listen to my analogy. I know you think I'm running around your question, but I'm answering your question. But just work with me for a second. Just work with me.
It's hard, but go ahead.
A little second here. I know it's hard. Just chill out for a second, because I know you're gonna respond and you're gonna have plenty of time to respond. But when you say how come some people can get that and some people can't,
from the same
I'm
community.
giving you an analogy.
But answer the question directly.
Now you're adding stuff.
Come on.
Now you're adding stuff from the same community. And I'm saying to you, some people are born in different situations. It's just because it's born just the situation. It's simply the situation. And so It's not about necessarily blame. If that child was born in the situation, there are some people in the same family, like you said. There are some people in that family, in the same household, with the same access to the same resources. One kid may become educated, and one kid may be stupid and sell drugs and go to jail all the time. Okay, it really doesn't matter to me.
So that's the reason I asked the question.
Hold on. I know that's what you want to agree, but I'm going to tell you why that's different. Because the point is, that person who has educated themselves, they have access to information and knowledge. Their job is to repeat themselves, because that guy who sells drugs and is a criminal, he's going to go out there and try to find more criminals and teach them how to do what he did.
Thank you. Okay, so because you said that, you just changed my question. Okay. So as an educated person, you're saying you are repeating yourself, right?
You're supposed to recreate yourself.
Thank you. Okay, so you are recreating yourself by leaving the community and raising kids that are learning and getting educated, such as yourself, correct?
You could say that, but at the point in reality, you want to say, Well,
Reality.
no. See, that's not reality. Reality is not.
Reality.
See,
Yes or no?
listen. I mean, I'm just trying to give you guys some. There's
Bro, I'm
analog and
too
there's
old to dance every day, man. Come on,
analog
just
and
answer the
digital. Do you
question.
know the difference between analog and digital? Do you know the difference between analog and digital? You know, I'll tell you real quick. Nature has analog. There's ranges to things, and there's some things that are just yes and no, and that's what I'm saying. If you ask a question that's not yes and no, I can't just give you a yes and no answer to it.
Okay,
It's just not like that.
Okay, why are you not back in the community, like brother asked earlier, where you grew up if it was bad?
Well, I am, brother. I am.
You're back in the community.
I do. Well, let me tell you I'm just telling you something
Now,
simple that I did.
Wait a minute, brother SUPERMIKE. Wait a minute.
Go ahead,
wait
brother.
a minute, because I asked you, I said, are you still in the hood? Are you still in the ghetto? And you said no. You said no, brother. You said no. You said no.
Exactly what I did. I mean, I'll tell you, I don't live in Detroit right now, but I'll tell you what I did and what I mean by community. If I'm educating my family, I organize a family group bank account. I made an LLC for our family. The smartest people in the family are put on the LLC. So we bought our grandmother's house. It's not controlled by just one person. We got crackheads in our family. We got drunks in our family. They're not in control of the family assets. Okay. Now, the kids that come up in our family, if they're smart, then they work, and then their assets, half of that check, it goes into the group bank account, and then that gives them the right to put their name on the LLC. They become a decision maker. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. It's not necessarily that you have to actually always be in there, but it's your job to organize. You're an educated person.
Okay,
you have to reach back and educate and organize your community. Now,
can I ask you a question based on what you're saying?
Yeah, now, I'm gonna tell you straight up. I'm not perfect. Listen what I'm saying. I'm not saying everybody has to be perfect. There's a lot of stuff I could have done better. Yeah, I could have done better, and I'm not the best person out there. But the point is, at least you're supposed to know that is part of your job. You're supposed to try to better yourself and better the community.
Okay.
Well,
so
hold on a second. Hold on a second, brother Mike Chenery.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something, brother SUPERMIKE. I look at your picture and I see two little tykes behind you. I'm assuming those are your kids, right?
That's my kids. Yeah.
So, aren't your kids your community? I mean, why is it that community means all these other black people? Like, I mean, the people that you are directly responsible for, they are your community. Are they not?
Let me tell you why.
Are they not?
Yeah, they are my community. They are the closest and easiest for me to access. So that's number one, and without question. They are definitely, you can't be out there doing community work if you haven't even did the household work. Okay. But my point is, let's say you didn't do it. My point is, what I was asking Brother SKC earlier is, what is the motivation that you have if people are out there doing, let's say they've moved beyond let's say they've organized their personal family and they've made it to the level where they can actually get out there and create organizations to help members of the overall community to, have access to different, educational tools or what have you. Why is it a motivation of somebody to frustrate them?
I would love to answer this question.
That's what I'm trying to understand.
I would love to answer this question, SUPERMIKE.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I would say one of the easiest answers to this is that you see how what you've done with your family, how you view it as your community, your immediate community. And then from there, it's supposed to kind of spiral out from that.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you do if you view your family almost like a cell, a working city, and you set it all up and everything and whatnot, But however, you find that the other cells are out there, they're cancerous. They're trying to eat your cell apart.
Okay.
That is the state of much of the Black community right now. You have individuals that are actually anti-family. Actually, if you look at the much of the culture within Black society, it is anti-family.
Okay.
So you have a great masses of individuals that are actually working against your self-interest.
Right. Now, but SKC.
So I want to frustrate that as much as possible.
No, that's a worthwhile thing to frustrate. Listen to what you just identified it as. That is not. See, listen to me here, and this is why I have a problem with the C in your name. Is because your view, your job as an educated and a informed part, or I would say potential part, because it's your choice to be in it or not. But if you are educated and you have the birthright to call yourself a part of Black society, then it's your job, if you want to be a part of that society and you have that right to, you don't want to be a traitor. You don't want to be seen as an enemy to the benefit of that group. You want to be seen as the enemy to the enemies of that group. And
I already
whatever ideology. Let me hear me out.
If I could just interject one thing real quick, SUPERMIKE, because we didn't let you have it for quite a while. Let me just put it to you this way.
I mean, we're all talking.
Right. But this is just really short. Let me put it to you this way. You're a family man, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I know for a fact that T.P.O.T or Xavier, he's a family man. I'm thinking that if I have it correct, Mike Shinnery's a family guy.
Yes, sir.
All of us, we're the minority in this body called the Black community. The majority of it is cancer ridden and fighting against what we're trying to do.
There's a lot of cancer.
We're the minority.
Most people are. There's a lot.
We are the minority.
Families. Okay, what is the statistics that make you believe that?
Oh my God.
I'm just asking, brother.
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
really just asking.
Let me take a stab at that one, Brother Supreme.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me.
Let's start with the single mother rate. Let's start there. All right. Now follow me now.
Mm-hmm.
When you have 70%, that's 7 out of 10 kids who
Where
are
do we
born.
get this from?
Hold on. When you have 7 out of 10 kids being born out of wedlock, and from what I understand, in the inner cities, it's 8 out of 10. From what I understand, but that's another show. When you have kids growing up, because if they're being born out of wedlock, in theory, they're not being born in a quote unquote family. They're being born in a bastardized form of family, because see, women don't make families. Women just have babies. Men create families. All right, let's be honest here. Men create families. There is no family if a man isn't in it, heading it, leading it, steering it into port. All right, so it's not a family. It's a bastardized version of a family. Now, when you have that many Black people, all right, coming from that background, when they come from that background, you have a lot of Black people. That's a majority of Black people who are starting off in an anti-family, bastardized type pseudo family from the get-go. And it hasn't like it's trended up or, it's getting better. No, it's been hovering there. It's been hovering there for quite some time. It's been hovering at 70, 75% for quite some time. So you're talking 3 out of 4 black people being born in something that is not a family. So how can you not understand when the brother says that family is a forgotten, left behind, disregarded concept when the majority of us are born in a situation that doesn't speak of family? We are born in a situation where if you happen to be born in that situation, you are more likely to end up on drugs. You are more likely to end up in jail. You are more likely to be more promiscuous. You're more likely to repeat the same cycle. I can go on and on and on and on and on about this stuff because I talk about this stuff all the time because I come down on these old mamas. So tell me how. So tell me how what he's saying is not right. What he's saying does not have validity.
I'll never invalidate the truth. A person can state the truth. A data point is a data point. But my contention is, how do we use that data point, and what is our responsibility if we don't like that data point? Okay? And my contention is, it is only the responsibility of the educated group of the people to reproduce themselves, okay, in order to have the numbers and power to change that data point. In 1965, when the Moynihan Report was released, was that stat true? And I'm assuming that that stat is true because I know they play games with statistics, but I'll give you that to you because I don't have the statistics right there in front of me as far as the 70% thing. But let's just say it's true. I'll believe it. But my point is, what is our responsibility with that data point? And my thing is, we never give up. We never give up. We have to, if the data point was changed from 1965 to now, then this means we can change it from now to something else.
Okay, so question then. You said that we can change that. So
hold on a second. Let me ask you one more thing, and then you got it, and then you got it. Let me ask you something. You're obviously an educated brother. You're a union electrician. I actually did some electrical work. I actually thought I wanted to be an electrician.
I have a college degree too, though.
I know you do. I know what it takes to become an electrician. So I know you're not a stupid guy. All right. Now, on a college or in a university, even if it's like a community college, who does the professor teach? Does the professor teach the people who want to come into class and teach, or does the professor walk downtown and stand on the corner with a bullhorn giving lessons?
He teaches the people that want to come to class.
Exactly. So when you're talking about bringing black people around, people like you, people like me, people like Mike Shinnery, people like Brother Supreme, people that are going to benefit from what we have to teach are people who are going to do just like those college students do. They sign up, they pay their tuition, and they come into the class and they sit down and learn. We're just like that professor. We're not going to go and stand on the corner. Okay,
you're doing that. But what you're doing with this platform, you're doing that. That's what you're doing, though. What you're doing with this platform, this organizational platform that you have, this debate stage that you organize, this is what I'm talking about. These are the type of, we have to institutionalize, and then it creates a platform, it creates a situation where people can choose to come into the light of education. So that's all I'm saying. That's the job of the educated people, though. But
this isn't the bullhorn, though. Okay, fine. I'll give you that analogy. I'll lean into that analogy. This isn't the bullhorn, though. This is the classroom.
What do you mean? Well,
I'm not standing on the corner with I'm not standing on the corner with the bullhorn. What I'm doing is I'm talking, and I'm bringing other brothers up here who can talk and speak and articulate and share things with people. But you have to come in. You have to come in.
You're creating value. You're creating value for the community.
You still have to come in. You still have to come in.
That's right. See, you're not saying nothing different than what I'm saying. And that's what I'm trying to get.
If you're not here, you're not listening to this conversation right now. If you're not here,
and
you don't know what
everybody ain't gonna get it.
Exactly.
But by you having this platform, you're reproducing others. You're inspiring people, and other people will do it, and that grows it. That grows it over time.
Brother Shinnery, you got it, man. Go ahead, Brother Shinnery.
All right, that's where I was kind of gonna lead. Is Brother SKC is I guess you could say a reporter of sorts. People that look for the information, if they go to his platform, they will see that information and where he's helping people. He's telling them what's going on in this community or in that community. Therefore, they can choose whether to be there when that happens, or they can get out of that situation.
SKC, the thing he wrote in the chat, it's his not to stop them, but it's his responsibility to, try. Like he's doing that. He's advocating.
No,
that's what you're doing.
I'm taking on
your responsibility.
Would you say he's educating?
I'm taking on the role. I'm taking on the role of Pliny the Younger, who is reporting on how Mount Vesuvius decimated the city below. That's what I'm doing. I'm putting it in historical records.
Right. So
of how Pompeii was destroyed.
What I'm saying is this here. All I'm saying is it's not you will. I don't think it's a good thing to set it up as a hopeless situation for a community just because they're in their down moment.
Well, Mount Vesuvius is raining down terror right now.
That's fine.
And people are not evacuating.
Yeah, and people are going to die. That's fine, but some people will survive. And the only thing I'm saying here is that I don't think it's wise and good to be enemies of the group that produced you, because if your genetics emanated from that particular group, you may be frustrated with the current situation of that group, and it's your job to speak out and do what you're doing. But I don't think it's good to set yourself up as always in opposition to success of that group. That's what it looks like.
Wouldn't you call that educating people of the reality that is happening around them, though?
Well, a reality is a current situation, but we're all in a process of becoming. So right now, you do have the job to educate them on the current state of situation.
We're
always in a state of flux.
Mike Shinnery, I don't know if you played sports or anything.
Oh yeah.
But I remember when I played, the coaches that I hated the most got the most out of me and the team. They weren't our friends. They always told us where we were jacking up. They always told us where we needed to improve. They always were on our behind. They always were telling us we needed to do more drills and so forth. And they always were showing us film of where the other team was better than us.
And in real time,
they wanted you to win, though.
And in real time during the game, when you're losing, the coach changes the game plan because what we were doing wasn't working. So
Correct.
We changed the game plan.
There wasn't a thing on the bench talking about we're down by 15 or 20. Everything's going to be all right. No, it wasn't.
Never.
What was the coach's objective?
To win.
What was the coach's objective?
To win.
So that's my point. That's my point. When you speak, when you criticize people, that's not my issue with some of the talking points. My issue is not that they're harsh. My issue is that you're coming across as the other coach's team. You're coming across as you're not even wanting your team to win. That's how it's coming across.
My team doesn't want to win.
No, you're coming across like you don't want your team to want to win. If you want to, talking point.
If you want to look at it like, if you want to look at it from that perspective,
well, I'm trying to go with the analogy that you made.
Right, he's on the black team. He's on the black team.
If we were to follow up with that analogy, what it would be akin to is I'm the coach and I'm leading by example by showing I'm doing the drills, and the other players are saying drills are for suckers. I have natural talent. I don't need to practice.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well that's fine.
We have a large group of individuals within Black America that are saying, I don't need to have intact families to have power and interconnectivity within our society.
That's fine. You can go against that, and you can speak against that, and that's your right, and that's fine. But all I'm saying is you don't want to come across as literally not wanting your team to win. That's all I'm saying. You don't want these guys to win.
Hold on, brother SUPERMIKE.
I'm just saying that's how it comes across. I may assume it. Yeah, I assume it. I'm assuming.
You're assuming that he considers that his team.
And I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong.
You're assuming that he considers that his team. That may not be his team.
There you
go. Well, okay. See, there's another assumption. I could be wrong.
He may be on another team. And when I say another team, when you say that, wait a minute. And when you say another team, automatically people think you're talking about white folks or Asian folks or Latino folks. You could be talking about be talking about other Black folks. Society. No, but that doesn't mean,
like I said.
No. That doesn't mean that just because you say, I don't want to deal with these people in the ghetto, I don't want to deal with these people in the hood, don't mean that you don't want to deal with Black people. You just don't want to deal with those Black motherfuckers.
Thank you.
You just don't want to deal with them.
Let me ask you a question about that.
Thank you.
Brother Professor, let me ask you, Brother X. Let me respond to that. Okay. I'm trying to see a small way to put this.
Look, while you gather your thoughts, I'm gonna say this real quick. While you gather your thoughts.
Go ahead.
As in any sport, I don't know if you've ever been on any type of team.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the people who show up for the team are the ones who get to participate. The ones who don't show up for the team don't get to participate. In high school, if you don't go out to practice for basketball, they are not going to pull you out of the stands to come play down on the court.
That's right.
Right. So
Mike Chenery, let me ask you the same question that SKC asked me earlier. If I'm a star player and I know I have, the skills to help my team win, what motivation do I have to show up for the team?
When people show up because they want to learn and they want to get better,
that's what
you teach them. You help those who want to get better. Basically. Isn't that your motivation?
What motivation do I have? I'm a star player and I have some skills that I know that can be it.
Do you want your team to win?
Should I help them? Why should I help them?
Do you want your team to win?
Well, he may not consider that his team.
Wait, no. You just said you're the star player. Your teammates are coming to you for help. Do you want your team to win?
Well, I do.
Okay, so you're going to help the people that want to win.
That's the same question.
You asked the question.
Black person. No, I'm repeating the question that SKC.
Right. You asked me the question. The star player, Michael Jordan, is going to help Scotty. He's going to help Rodman in those things that they ask for help in because he wants to win. He wants a 6th championship. So the star player is going to help the people who want to win. Michael Jordan had people removed from his team that didn't want to play.
Like I said in the chat, Mike Chenery, we don't even have enough players to get on the field. we're disqualified from the jump.
There it is.
We can't put enough educated people on the field because we don't have enough people within Black America that even want to have intact families.
Well, let me respond. Since we getting on this level, and since we got this analogy with the team thing, and it is an appropriate analogy because the society that we grew up in is a race-based society, and racial categories are in effect similar to a team. Okay. And your uniform is, unfortunately, I mean, they made this thing about skin tone and stuff. So, if you're always losing, your team is losing, and let's say you are a talented member of that team during the off season, shouldn't you be practicing with the people?
Oh no, man! I requested a trade.
Well, that's my point, and that's why I said
no trade, nigga.
Yeah, he wants to leave, and that's
No,
why
it ain't no wants to leave. I already got traded.
Well, that's my point.
I requested a trade, and now I'm thriving.
See,
we balling over here, bro.
Brother.
Well, now do you
Mike,
see what I was saying, my machinery?
This what you got to understand, brother Super Mike. You know how people let's say for instance, let's talk about a real famous basketball player. Let's talk about LeBron James, right? He goes out there, say he scores 35, 40 points, and he gets fouled as he's making a three-pointer. He shoots the three-pointer and he wants to rest a little bit, so he comes in at the timeout. Notice how he goes down and he gives some people high fives, but some people don't get it. Some of the brothers, some of the people on the team don't get the high five. You know why? Right. Because on that team, he's important enough that those motherfuckers who never played a game the whole season, they're not worthy of a high five. So he don't go. Some people that walk up and try to give him a high five, he don't even look at them, even though they're on the same team. They're on the same team with this guy, but only certain players get that high five when he heads to the bench. You know why? Because those players have made themselves worthy of that high five, worthy of that respect, worthy of being on the team. All those 5 or 6 people who sit down there who never take their warm-ups up, they don't get the high five. You know why they don't get the high five? Because those motherfuckers are not in the game. You understand? You understand?
Yeah. Well, this is what I'm gonna respond to that is like this. Let me say something. See, I'm encouraging us as people who have a few skills and don't have a problem with organizing things. I'm encouraging us to think in terms of dominating. And we have other teams which are racial categories, Asians, whites or Jews or, Hispanics.
Black men are focused on dominance. The women are blocking it.
I'm saying that we have the opportunity to take territory. So when you talk about a place called the hood, if you're talking about a place called, it's a place. It's territory. It's United States area. Okay. Now there's a place called Dearborn Heights in Michigan, in Detroit area. Okay. The Arabs and some Pakistanis and Chaldeans, when they began to come into that area, it was a hood. It was a hood, and they stuck to their, they stuck to their community, and over time they took over that area and territory.
Right.
Okay.
How?
Well, I mean, I could go into that, but they practiced the group economics, and they practiced the basic, they practiced the basic, cultural techniques that
which starts with functional families,
every
right?
Successful group has learned to practice these basic techniques, and it's the community that I'm trying to get us to think. It's just the way we think. that this is we are that team captain or whatever, and they're regular people. They bring some Asian people. They will bring their uneducated members from China or from wherever, and just like the Hispanic people, they will bring their uneducated people from Mexico. Those uneducated people have places to work before they even get here. Who made those places for them to work? Those are the people who came here last generation, had the babies here, and they put them through school. They made sure they were loyal to their group, and they organized companies for
Listen to the words you're saying, man. You just said it yourself. You're explaining it. You're perfectly, except you're not understanding the missing link in the black community. You explained it perfectly. They go down, they bring their uneducated, right? They give them a job, they give them a purpose, right?
Though? Who is they?
The men. You said the men.
The educated class.
Yes, the educated class. They go and they get the people who are uneducated.
These are the people. They always are the minority in the community, but they have the skills of organization.
Thank you.
Which is built around what?
You're always going to be the minority. So when
that organization is always
black people don't do that.
But that organization is always built around what? What is that what that organization is always built around what?
It's built around family.
Okay. So if you have the majority of the people within the group,
to organize a system, create that environment.
But if you have the majority of the people within, you're not listening to SUPERMIKE. If you have the majority of the people within your group that do not want the very basic element, which is family, where do you go from there?
Let me see. This is the point that I'm going beyond what you're saying here. There is, if other communities can do something, okay, it does. People who acquire power compel they're uneducated. It doesn't matter what somebody who's not educated wants necessarily. At that, because you create an environment where you can reward and punish, and that's what I'm trying to encourage y'all to see.
D-Rad, let me stop you for a second. Most of the black people today, men and women, they're not really concerned about reward and punishment. They wait for somebody else to do that for them. So when they talk about this family junk, it in the end of the day, they seek and say somebody else could do it for us. They're not fake and say, how can I take the most decrepit ones, and I said, let me put this dude here, this here, we do this here, and that. And it'll go like that. Hell, some brothers that got the act there don't want to communicate and work with other black men. So, really, it's all talk. Niggas are in circles nowadays. That's all I got to say.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's a group of people doing this, but it would go faster if more people would, be a part of that process.
You said it will go faster if there's more, but the more don't want to. They want to be
no, they don't want to, but
you know what? Let me tell you something. The only time that's gonna happen is when majority of black Americans are very much uncomfortable. And I'm not talking about just the 10%. I'm talking about 70 or greater. I would give it a 70% uncomfortable. That will start something.
Right. That's why. Yeah, so when people are thriving, of course they don't have a motivation, but it's a shame to wait until the discomfort or the situation in society reaches your
that's how niggas act nowadays. They only move when it's discomfort.
Let me throw this out there. All right, SUPERMIKE. This is I'm going to empower you right now. Okay, I want you to go into those communities that you say we don't help. I want you to gather the women.
I'm doing that, brother, and that's what I'm saying. When I define what you're talking about, hold on. Go ahead.
You're the educated one. I need you to go and do that. Hold on, sir, let me finish.
No, I'm listening. I'm agreeing.
Well, you're not. You're talking while I'm trying to tell you what I'm trying to say.
Well, just keep talking.
Well, I can if you're talking, brother. Come on now.
Go ahead, man.
All right.
Go ahead.
Gather these women up. Find the ones
No,
that
no.
wait.
Start with
Let
the women.
me
Starts with the
see.
men.
Damn, I didn't even
Starts
finish.
with the men.
Okay, we're talking about the group, the whole group, the community.
Mhm.
Find the women that want to cooperate, gather them, lead them, get the men that are willing to build, combine them with those women. Okay? And then when you get that program going, the way you say that we need to get this group economic going, okay, write the manual of how you did it and teach the rest of us that are not there yet how you did it. Because what's missing, I guess, in this whole thing is that everybody, look in the chat, it's all men.
That's
all
fine,
those
but
men are
that's
trying.
already done. I don't
Hold
have to do that because that's already been done. I'm repeating a basic from studies from there's been people in our community have done this work already. We don't have to go
It sure that you are absolutely correct. You're
we
absolutely
don't have to
correct.
redesign the wheel. We can go back from W.
wait.
Du Bois and from Booker T. Washington. You can go
The only problem with all of that is that, and you're right. They wrote and have created perfect models. The only problem, your team doesn't want it.
It doesn't matter what they want.
It's ineffective.
Thank you.
Well, see, you can't have that mentality and win.
That's what it is.
Where is it working?
That's what it is. See, it's like people don't want to accept the reality
I would love to
it's
tell you that,
ineffective.
It's very difficult
I'll give you this challenge. It's the same challenge that I've asked several other people within like the whole pro-black B1, all that other stuff.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
1965.
Right.
Since 1965, when have you ever seen an increase in intact black families coming all the way down to 2020?
It's probably been decreasing from that point because we have now records to show that there was an active
so over half a century decline, and you're still saying let's still use the same plan. You can't give up.
No, I didn't say use the exact same plan, but I'm saying that you have to find out how to get the results you want.
And that's what we're saying.
You don't give up. And all I hear, and that's all I'm saying, is when I'm hearing, and no, the reason why I take this time, I mean, I understand that this group, y'all disagree with probably majority of my talking points here. And that's fine. But I take this time is because this is the very same community that a flame, I would say it like this, it just takes a spark. And that catalyst community.
You are right. It does just take a spark.
Right. But the catalyst community who's going to get up that catalyst energy, it's going to take that minority group that has a certain amount of skills. So that's all I'm saying to y'all, that it's almost like, for example, I'll give this one example analogy. If you own a house and your house is dirty and your grass is not kept, but your neighbor's house is clean and his grass is cut, and you go over to your neighbor's house and say, I don't want to be in my house because that shit is dirty.
What?
I'm going to stay over your house. This is what we're saying. It's your job to clean your house.
Exactly.
But you are the guys that
you've been saying.
You are the guys that's supposed to be assisting in that effort.
We're supposed to help the person who won't clean his own house.
Clean, huh?
Are you saying we're supposed to help the person who won't clean his own house?
No, listen. You are a part of that.
No, I'm not. That's the point.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
He's saying our house is dirty.
Okay, so if you're not a part of that community,
no, my house is not dirty.
For you to denigrate that.
My house is not dirty. I'm pointing at the dirty house, saying that house.
Why is it your job to point at that house then when your house is clean?
So this is the reason why, SUPERMIKE, and I understand we can just talk plain, because I understand that from your viewpoint, you feel as though that as a black person, that you automatically have some type of responsibility to
Well, you have the right.
to every other black person on planet Earth.
Well, I didn't say that. See, this is where you starting to go past what I'm saying.
Okay, within America.
Let me give you exactly what I'm saying so you can respond to exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Just real quick. It's not going to take that long. I'm saying to you, or to anybody who's listening to me, you have the choice to be a part of, said community. You have that right because of the fact that you have the genetics. So you can choose not to. But if you choose your birthright, which is given to you simply because of your birth, and you have lineage from that community, the black community, then you can choose to be, in the community. And that's all I'm saying. If you are in the community, you do have a responsibility to try to, make yourself an asset.
Okay. So can you prove to me, without a shadow of a doubt, that my DNA belongs to black people?
Well, I'm going to say this to you. When you say prove to you, you made it personal. And then you said shadow of a doubt.
Prove.
Hold on.
Let me restate. Let me restate. Prove biologically.
Well, first of all, I don't have access to your biology, but the only thing I can do is make some assumptions. Now, you said
is there a such thing as black DNA?
Well, these are the categories that we're speaking of in English. And so
not a category that you're talking about. If you say race,
this is what I can prove. Now let's see if this satisfies you. This is what I can prove. Okay. Keep in mind we're speaking English. The racial categories are not scientific.
Okay.
And so now, but there is a category called black in English language, and it's been like that for a pretty long time. I know at least. We can find that. Dude, I know it was called Negro. It was called color.
I'm following you 100%. I'm following you 100%. Go ahead.
So if you are a person whose family lineage was identified as a black person, a Negro, African American, that is your epigenetics, and it's in your genetics, and that's what we can. You have the right. You have the right. You have the birthright to categorize yourself in as black.
Okay, again, so what you're saying is that what you're trying to do is you're trying to connect scientific terms to an unscientific practice.
Well, I told you exactly what it is. This is the kind of science. Now, keep in mind, all of it's science. It's just the category.
Race is not science at all.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Race is not science at all.
Science, and you have social science. You have biological science, and you have social science.
Okay, and there's a certain thing called hard science and a thing called soft science. Things that, and the difference between the two is thing. No, it's not all science. It's not all science.
No, you just
some things are provable, some things are not.
Every phenomenon can be explained by a certain science. Every single phenomenon that we're aware of. It's not true. Phenomenon.
Not true.
This is a fact, brother. It can be explained.
There are tons of things. There are tons of things that we do not understand.
Okay, let's not get off on that, because that does kind of take us away from the point that you was trying to make.
Okay, so the point that I was trying to make was that if you want to talk about actual science and not, and that's why I say it's
what category? What category?
The use of the term genetics in this is unscientific.
biological science.
There's no such thing as black DNA.
So we're talking biological science.
Yes, there's no such thing as
so
black
that's all
DNA.
I'm saying to you. Come on, man. Let's not. We're just trying to get to the truth. I mean, it's not no gotcha points. I'm not even trying to get you there.
What I'm saying,
biological science. This is a biology, and because we speak this language called English, simply, it's just a language called English. These groups have been categorized, and in there, they've been named. There's called white.
Recently.
Yes, and you're correct. You are 100% correct, because if we want to go with DNA,
but if we talk about actual science, you can go right to the
actual science. See,
but if you go right to the UN Charter, the UN Charter will tell you that over a period of 40-some years, that over 3,000 scientists have proved unequivocally that there is no such thing as race. It's all one human race. That's it.
Okay, now you
biologically.
The only reason why I say that is kind of getting us off track. Is the reason? This is the reason. Biologically, according to biology, right? And as far as just simply biological science, race is not biological, but it is.
It doesn't exist.
Social construct, and the reason why it is real is because it has been enforced. Humanity has the power to make laws and enforce those laws.
Right. And just as humanity has the ability to be able to overturn those things at a future date.
Right, but you don't individually just decide to ignore something that has been enforced for over 400 some years.
Right, and it doesn't make sense.
Of course I do. We breed ourselves out.
Well, you can't do it. You can imagine to yourself. You can imagine to yourself that you can ignore it, but until you can really make it go away. Now, I agree that the racial concept category needs to be abolished. But we can, just like we can tell people to stop calling each other nigger.
SUPERMIKE, wouldn't that go when I first entered this conversation with you?
There's an echo.
And I don't know who that is.
Just keep talking. I don't hear it myself.
But anyway, when I first entered this conversation with you, I asked, did it make sense for people to do this continual struggle over which group is dominant? And does that make sense as we move forward in a more scientific society?
Well, it makes sense. This is the reason why I say that. Is because if you want to go biology, there's no biological concept of the word Americas. There's no biological concept of the word, Indian, or there's no biological concept of, so these are all human-made categories, but they have been enforced for a long enough period of time that, they have an effect on the social construct. And the way to really change it, where that change is actually permanent, is you have to take over power so that you are the one that can create rules and reward and punishment. Once you take over that power structure, then you decide to say, you know what, this category, we're going to do away with it. And
okay, so do you actually believe that you're going to see that within your lifetime?
Huh? Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
I said, do you actually believe that you're going to see some type of, I guess, black power structure take over in the United States within your lifetime?
Yeah, I think we already have that, but it's very small and it's very
okay.
Like that?
No, I mean, it's very small. No, but I'll identify what black power is. And I mean, I understand y'all because y'all don't know what I'm talking about. And so
no. I know damn well what you're talking about, bro. But the problem is you're on a platform where most of people that's here, they don't see that. You get me? And regardless if you want to see it on lifetime or not, we send the template and push forward.
Yes.
With the actions. No actions, no result. You hear old saying, there is no reward without any what do you call it? reward without consequence or punishment.
Without hardship. You got to go through you got to go through that pain.
Got to go for the pain.
No pain, no
well,
gain.
In the 21st century, and we're in the generation of 21st century, a lot of niggas don't want to go through no hardship, no work, and no pain. It should be like an easy ride moving forward. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, if you think about it deeper, why do you think individualism is so pushed heavily in this country?
Well, let me ask you a question, Chaos. I'm just asking: Are you a family guy? You have your own family and everything?
Am I a family guy? I like family. That's good. Family's good.
No, I'm saying, do you have one?
Do I have family? Myself, not right now.
Okay, so
because I said I don't have one, that means I don't want no family. There's difference.
Okay. So the beginning of a community or the nucleus would be a family, right? Those families come together right after that, and they build a said culture, right?
We have a culture, but niggas can't
really.
They can't figure out what culture is here in America. And I'll tell you why. Because everybody that feeds off this soil, they get from this Negro man and woman. That's what you see when we create something. Everybody imitates and copies.
Really?
So when we talk about culture here in the West, it's a watered down version of degeneration or degradation in America. All what we learn and we copy and make our own, other races take hold. That's why you see when we take our hats and bend it backwards, everybody else do it. They don't know why, because they follow this black man, black woman. Because
really?
Yes, and you should know this better than anybody else.
Okay.
All right. So that's as far as I'm gonna say. Y'all go on.
So you actually believe that other races of people emulate us?
Yeah, they emulate some of our behavior.
Right. Some of our behavior. That's the point. That's the point of this
it's just
whole
a fact. It's not like we laugh at everything just because we don't understand it or believe it. That's not really going to change the facts. I mean, we can laugh at
what I'm really confused here on when you say that. What is I'm just naming individuals just for just to have a conversation with you, Chaos. How is Jeff Bezos emulating black culture? How is Warren Buffett emulating black culture? How is Tom Brady emulating black culture?
This is a big
better
problem,
question.
though.
Here we go. A better question.
Something from individual talking point to
no. Okay, SUPERMIKE. I got a question for you. Name a person of power that is emulating black culture.
Eminem doesn't have power.
Eminem, really?
Eminem has no power, dude.
You don't think he have a little power?
Eminem has no power.
Yeah, he's a rapper, but he's pretty.
Cardi B is a rapper. Eminem has no power.
And this is what I'm talking about, Mike Shinnery.
So that's what
this is what I'm talking about.
No, this is what I'm talking about.
It's like you remember Mike Shinnery. You remember Mike Shinnery when there was that that revolt. You remember that revolt political thing, and the only person up there of note that actually knew politics was Candace Owens.
Yep.
And they had rappers and junk up there. It's like this is the stuff that I'm talking about, man.
It's like, I really don't understand your talking points, and that's fine.
No, SUPERMIKE, answer the question, bro. Because you said we want this black power. We want name a person.
I answered every single question that you posed.
You said Eminem. That was a lie.
I just named somebody off the top of the
exactly,
my head.
but it was okay. So your answer has been invalidated.
I just named one person. You said name one person, and then you laughed at him.
Name a person of power.
That's one person that emulates, because the point was I said that
the question was a person of power, bro. Come on, let's be real. Let's stay reality.
I mean, what are you talking about?
Okay,
what are you
what
talking
power
about?
does Eminem have? What power does Eminem have?
Eminem is an influential businessman. He's influential in the city of Detroit, in the Detroit area.
Okay, so like Jay-Z, right?
He hires,
So
fires people. He gives people jobs.
hold on. So you're saying we should all be like
Personal-
Jay-Z? We should emulate Jay-Z? Are you saying we should emulate Jay-Z?
Now, see, you creating a false dichotomy. I didn't say that.
Well, Jay-Z has more power than Eminem. Jay-Z has more power than Eminem in Eminem's world. So I'm asking you again.
Okay, well, that's fine. I mean, I'm just telling you. I just named somebody off the top of my head. Eminem does have some power. You know,
no, he doesn't.
Brother, I mean, I don't know what you mean by power. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
Then tell me what power.
Exactly.
What is your definition of power?
You're saying you
tell
want.
Me what's your definition of power you're talking about? Because the guy does have influence and power in the locality that he's at.
Well, at the beginning of this conversation, when you mentioned power to me, you asked me if I wanted to be a billionaire.
So, yeah. Well,
let's use that as the mark. So name some billionaire or theirs that emulate black people.
Well, say that one more time. Name some billionaires that emulate
black people. Yeah.
I couldn't tell you exactly. I don't have them off the top of my head. I can't tell you. It doesn't mean that they don't exist.
And that's why chaos is quiet too.
It's just that I don't know of them. See, that's the problem here.
Point.
This is your personal perspective. We are limited in all the information that we know. So if you just gonna make a blatant statement based upon your studies,
no, this is the problem. We have the wrong people talking about gaining power as a black people. We have the wrong people speaking.
Wait a minute, you just said you're not a part of that community. See, this is
I didn't say I wasn't a part. I said I'm a black man. I am a black man, so apparently I am a part of the black community. Therefore,
okay, so now we go back to the other point. That's what,
no. Let's stick with power. Let's get the black community up. Let's get the black community up.
When I speak to you guys, I am seriously speaking in good faith. I don't play around with my answers. I'm not trying to make any gotcha questions. I'm not trying to force you into anything. I'm just trying to literally understand your points. And I remember earlier
you
said that you're not a part.
You're not going to understand anything. You're interrupting.
No, because you made a point that just didn't seem.
I didn't make the point.
With your earlier statements.
I didn't make the point. Okay, I said if you can name a person of power that emulates the black community, then we have a guide to follow. But we have all these people that keep speaking to black power, but they are not able to show us how to get there. None of the books, none of the W.E.B. Du Bois, none of those things have managed to get us into a powerful place.
Okay, now I can respond to that better because you did clarify something that I misunderstood about your position.
Well,
and that's all I'm
don't
saying.
Interrupt, and you'll understand.
No, hold on. Sometimes we do interrupt because we're all passionate. Just don't blame nobody because you interrupted me before too. And don't have any hard feelings just because people have differences of opinion. You know, it's not disrespect against you. This is just a conversation here. But the point is, if you're saying that we don't have a path to power, we do have that path.
Okay, what is that path? That's what I've been asking.
Number one, and like I said, when I say it, just because you don't know about it doesn't mean it didn't happen. But you got your Moorish history.
What is the path? Moors.
Your Moorish history. How did
the Moors lost their power?
Taught that stuff. You don't know what Moors. Okay. You don't know what the Moors are.
I don't know. The Moors lost their power.
Hold on. How long?
Who's in charge of Spain?
How old is America?
Who's in charge of Spain?
Listen.
Where the Moors had power.
Listen to me, right? This is where I'm trying to get you to. America is only about 300 years ago as a country. The Moors were in power of Spain over 750 years. Societies rise and they fall. That's normal. So we can look at how they got power. Okay, so we have some ways to emulate. It doesn't matter how they lost the power. We can study that too, but we don't define them on how they lost the power, because Rome is not here either. As it was. So that's just the rise and fall of a society. But we're looking at the path to power. The number one path and we don't have to just study black nations. We can study any nation. It takes land and territory.
Hey,
You got to have
SUPERMIKE, can I ask you a
control of
question?
territory.
Can I ask
Go
a
ahead.
question about the Moors? I don't know about that much about the Moors, but I do
Okay.
remember reading that aren't they like a mixed race ancestry? Weren't they like mixed race and they kind of integrated?
Yep.
Yes, they did some of that integrated. Yes, later on, but I'll tell you, just and everybody, this is just this is the history of that's not in question. They started off as they had a group of 12,000 people that was sent. They were Muslims, they're Umayyads. They were sent from Africa, North Africa, which was mostly what we call black at that time. And they they went into Spain, and because of disunity in Spain at that time, it was called the Iberian province, because the Gothic people, which was Italian type people, the Visigoths and the Gothic people, they had some disunity in their ranks, and the Moors took advantage of that disunity, and then they was able to take over that land.
Okay, so
But they were
can I ask one more question? Did the Moors bring women with them? And if they did have the women with them when they went into Europe, were those women on board with them? Did they have the support of their own women? What's
Initially,
that?
they did not bring women. It was an army. Initially, they did not bring women, but the women did come once they took over the land. And that's a fact. Go ahead and research that. Look at Stanley Lane Poole's book.
Okay, so I'm guessing that they had control of. Well, you tell me, because I don't know. What was the?
Well, I mean, I don't like. I would rather y'all look at it so y'all can really see what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
I'm just asking, what was the extent of their empire?
It was from the part where where it was called the Rock of Gibraltar, which is South Spain, right till you get to North Africa. It was from that point all the way up to France.
So they did it.
Iberian
they took power without the women.
Yeah,
right?
Initially they took power, with male army.
How many years was it before their women came up with them after they took
Well,
power?
I'm sure they came right away after they had secured the area.
Well, how long? 50 years, 100 years?
Well, probably, once they secured that area, they took over power in 711 AD. So I'm sure probably 712 women was right up in there.
Okay. So
well, of course.
So you're talking about guys that were on horseback with spears and so forth, taking over a city by force.
No, a country.
Oh, a country
well,
by
they
force.
took it over by force, but the place was so really they had an easy time because the place.
So how is that applicable today in a?
Well, that's why I said.
In the
That's why I
fourth
said
I'd rather industrial revolution.
Kind of look into it because there's certain principles there.
Yeah, I'm just trying to wonder, what are some of those principles?
I can tell you.
Hold on, SUPERMIKE, because he asked you a very simple question. He said, "What's the plan? What's the Black Power plan?" And then
I told y'all earlier many times it's the same plan. We have the ability to move anywhere we want to move. That's one the civil rights what's it called the Fair Housing Act. That's a big benefit, and so all we have to do is strategize and take over areas. Just get the right mindset to move in and occupy communities. And when you control that,
if all Black people moved into, like, let's just say, every inner
Let's say
city in
somewhere we
America,
already
all the
live.
major inner cities, and like if you take like the top 30 cities in America and you flooded those with black people.
Well, we
something like
already
that.
have cities where we're flooded with black people, so it's not that you have to, but you want the right mindset. You want people, you want to get areas, close to cities. I mean, it's just the bottom line. It's like you get areas close to cities, big cities. Let's say you take Atlanta, for example. Let's just say Atlanta, or you can say Houston or whatever. But there's towns around there, Sandy Springs. You got, just different smaller
Baltimore.
towns. Yeah, just towns in these cities where you have access, but you want to have your community. You want to say, okay, we can secure, some land here or some areas, and we want to start occupying that area.
Like
and
Atlanta?
we want to have a plan. We want to take over that school board. Number one, we want to take over this particular. You create a plan. You group up, just like we're having these conversations. We create action oriented, strategies, just like every other community does.
I would agree with you 100% there, but here's the rub. Here's the rub that I'm hearing is you're calling it pro-black. You're calling it pro-black, and that sounds like
the language shouldn't trip you up.
Well,
I don't believe
here's the issue. Is
I don't think languages should trip us up. The reason why.
But you have to understand why it does.
Yeah, but you don't understand why I'm saying that, though.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, you've been arguing with guys for hours, and you've been getting crushed in these debates, but then you say you don't want to get tripped up in language. And I think you probably should want to, untangle yourself with this language, because we pretty much know what you know. We've walked down this road actually together, for a number of years now. And so we pretty much know where you're coming from. We're kind of giggling a little bit because we understand you. We understand your position. We're all raised with the same position that you hold. And what we've kind of crowdsourced together here in the manosphere, like you said earlier, you never had heard of the Crimson Cure. So that tells us that you're not really familiar with the information that we've came up with. And what we've come to discover is that men like ourselves, men like you, men like Supreme King Coon, myself, even Chaos Rain. Now he may hold a little bit of a different position, but Mike Shinnery for sure too. It's like we've discovered that men like ourselves, we have a certain mindset, and we want to see black men thrive. We would love to see thriving black communities. But what we also understand is there is a whole lot of people who are undeserving and unwilling to participate in a community that we would want to build together. And many times those people call themselves pro-black. So you go, well, why does he call himself a coon? Because pro-blacks would call him a coon for saying, I want to build the very structure that you're talking about, but they want to do it on their terms, right? And you say, well, how do you get? You see what I'm saying? So when you say,
I don't really
even
have a problem with what you're saying here. The only issue that I would take is we just need to see action. And the only reason why I have an issue with the terminology, to demonize the terminology of pro-black, is because, that term was not originated with the people that you are having a problem with.
But that's who took it over.
That terminology was originated by people who did work long ago.
But it's been taken over. It's been adopted and restructured into a mess. And that's why
that's fine. But you got to realize that the YouTube community is a minority in the overall black community. And there's millions and millions of people who've never heard of any of us and never heard of all of those.
I tend to disagree. I think it's a very similar reflection to what I see in the real world.
Right.
Okay.
Look at ADOS and FBA. Look at ADOS and FBA. Here in America, you got two groups going at it. Okay, not working together with the same goals in mind. And they're not working together.
Well, that's natural if you look at human development. I mean, we got look at every community.
And that's exactly why the pro-black
that actually is a sign. If you really look at it, let me say something. See, I don't know. I don't think y'all see it like I see it, because I look at the arguments in our community on the conversations of our arguments. It is actually a sign of energetic desire of change. When you have those different groups develop and compete, that's actually a motivation, because you're out competing each other on who can develop faster, whose ideology of development is better and more efficient. And that actually is a driver of more efficiency. But all I'm saying to you guys is this is that I don't think is wise, and I can parallel that. You can look at the Asian culture. I mean, that's where Korea and all of these different groups of people split off, and China and all of the different issues and fights and wars that they've had among each other.
Because
that is kind of how people develop.
Right, they're not one people.
Well, they are
broke off and
pretty much
separated.
right now. You have the Han Chinese, which is the 1,100,000,000 something million group of people. They're the majority, but you still have minorities in that group. Maybe a lot of us would look at them and just see all Chinese, but they know the differences between each other.
Well, I'll give you. I'll give you this, because I'm about to wrap this up in a few. I'll give you this, brother SUPERMIKE. I mean, you're willing to stand on your square, and you talked about enacting change. See, that's just the thing. See, a lot of these people, their change is to have people who have stepped away from the more of the same crowd. They want them to come back and do more of the same. And what a lot of us are saying is more of the same isn't change. That's not
right.
change. Doing more of the same. That is not change. And what people have, what you hear a lot of these narratives on the internet is that, oh, you guys, y'all get out there, you get your jobs and you run your businesses, and you this, that, and the other thing, and you don't want to be bothered with the rest of black folks. No, that's not true. What they don't want to be bothered with is black folks who don't share the vision. What they don't want to be bothered with is black folks who don't want to be bothered with them based on what they've said. They've said that they don't want to.
That makes sense. I don't see a problem with none of that.
They don't want to be bothered with the guys who are out there doing their shit and building families and saying, "Hey, let's get the hell out of the hood." They don't want to be bothered.
The only reason why I have an issue with the hood is we should be wanting to take over places, and the hood is just a piece of territory. It's actually easy. It's easy. It's cheap. It's cheap.
Well, isn't that the problem? Yeah, but isn't that the problem with the quote unquote hood is that it has been taken over by black people?
Well, no, it's not really controlled by us, and that's what I'm saying, because it's controlled by the uneducated people.
I didn't say
it's not even controlled by them. It's just they just occupy it.
I said taken over. I didn't say control.
No, it's not even taken over. When you say take, okay, cool. Okay, so what do you mean by take over? Let me listen to that definition.
Taken over, when I say taken over, I mean primarily black folks are in these places, of black society, these pockets of black society that we call the hood, that we call the ghetto, because they weren't always hoods and ghettos. A lot of those neighborhoods that you see now were occupied by white folks. They were occupied by Latino folks and maybe even some Asian folks. But see, what has happened is those white folks, Latino folks, and Asian folks have got on their damn rocket ship and launched the hell out of there. And now, they let the property values have dropped, so black people move in, and you take a nice neighborhood, because I've seen it. I grew up in New York. I grew up in the suburbs, and I watched blockbustering. And blockbustering is when you take a neighborhood that's a middle class neighborhood or upper middle class neighborhood, and black people, poor people start moving in there, and the property values drop. So what happens is people come in, big real estate corporations, they buy those units for pennies on the dollar.
Right
and what
there.
they do, they fix
Listen
them
what you're
up.
saying.
They
That's our
fix them
job
up.
right there. That's our job.
They
Now you
fix
see
them
where
up.
who's the competing.
They fi-
See, this is what I'm saying. Right there
They
where you
fix
said
them up,
what happens
and now they
is.
raise the rents and make it so your black ass can't get back in there.
But listen, do you see what my point is right there? What you just said? Do you see where we're supposed to have stepped in?
You're
Where
telling
the
us to
educated group in the class
gentrify.
are supposed to have stepped in?
You're telling
We
us
were
to
supposed to be the ones
gentrify
buying that.
a black neighborhood. Get rid of the people
We
that
were
are there.
supposed to be the ones buying that cheap territory
But Super Mike,
and making those plans.
but Super Mike, you talking to one of the people that did.
Okay, well,
There it
that's
is.
good. That's very good. I'm so
Nah,
happy that you did that.
but what I'm telling you is this: as a business person, it doesn't make sense for me to rent out those places to people who can't afford it.
That's right. Now
Exactly.
listen, hear me out. Hear me out though. Okay. When you are the
I'm not running a charity.
No, you're not supposed to. But if you're a business person, you want to be in control and strategize. And when you make yourself a business person, then you are organizing and you're controlling the resources of a community. Now, that's all I'm saying. When you have another group of people that can buy cheap territory, see, if you're by yourself doing it, then all the stress is on you. You can't do it because it's not going to be a charity. You don't have the ability to do it as an individual. But that group, that class that pulls those resources, that understands business, it's their job to go in there and to organize that community. And that's what when Brother X said,
Wait a minute.
taking over the community.
So what's the saying is?
Hear me out. Well, let me finish this statement. When you said these people taking over this community, I didn't understand what you were saying, because to me, when someone takes over something, that means they control it. We don't control where we live, and that's my contention. Our job is, as an educated class of people, is to control where the people live. That way we can punish, we can reward, we can
people
see. That's what I don't.
That's not true.
Okay.
That's not true.
Okay.
People, maybe people who lack adequate resources can say that. If you're a person with adequate resources, you have complete control over that. What
you just said, hold on. You just said that these people blockbusting, they move into this community, the property's values go down, and then what happens is other groups of people come in there and they buy that property pennies on the dollar.
See,
okay, so are those other?
Hold on. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, not the people who move in there are doing the blockbustering. The blockbusters do the blockbustering because they allow these people to come in. They allow these people to come in and destroy the neighborhood. Because make no mistake, there's money in poverty. All right, I've been saying that for 2 decades.
Who's the decision maker?
There's money in poverty. So these people allow
the decision making class.
Who's the decision making?
That's all I'm saying.
SUPREMACY.
The decision making class of every group. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to see. This is y'all position.
SUPREMACY.
Yes, the decision making class
we're not doing
have made the decision that they don't want to fuck with the hood. That's what I'm trying to explain.
Well, who's owning the hood though?
The decision making class
who's
has
owning
decided they don't want to fuck with the hood. They don't want to go buy houses in the hood. They don't want to fucking invest in the projects. They want to take their money and go build them a nice house and raise their kids and raise their family and leave something to them when they die.
I understand.
They don't want to throw.
I understand. That's what we've been making. That's the decisions they're making.
They don't.
But I'm
They
just
don't want
saying
to
to
buy them
you,
old ran down houses in
I understand
Detroit,
that. I
them old
understand.
ran down houses in Chicago.
Well, there's people
No one
buying
wants to
houses in
invest.
Detroit. There's a lot of us buying houses. There's right now you can go online. I bought houses in Detroit, but there's even in Indiana, poor parts of Indiana, there's white people. I know when I go down to the auctions, they're dropping $200, $300, $400, $500,000 buying all of our hood properties.
Right.
And all I'm saying,
why is it so cheap?
Yeah.
and then because there's money in
Pennies
poverty,
on the
like
dollar.
Brother X said. But we have an
Yeah, there's money in
emotional
poverty.
attachment. A lot of times when we're the ones supposed to be in control of that stuff, because
so
that is primarily
so-
where, people that
So SUPREMIKE,
that look like us
if I could just give you
live.
a quick retort, man. If I give you a quick retort.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
as one of the individuals that went back and actually owns property in the hood, I'm
Mhm.
telling you, the time when as our family had this property, or we still have it, the prime time that we started making money was when gentrification happened.
Right. When you're saying when the other groups and communities comes into the hood.
It was like I couldn't wait for them to come in.
Right.
So this whole thought of I'm gonna go in and buy this property and so forth and blah
Well,
blah
we
blah.
have a
And, that's gonna help the community. No, it ain't. Because if you look at what you see on the screen, that is one of the main reasons why that doesn't work.
Well, see, this is what I'm saying. I mean, and I understand what y'all saying.
When you can fix what's on the screen, then you can come talk about power. But why everybody else has a higher level of blue there, you're never going to get power. I don't care how good your plan is.
It's a higher level.
Well, I mean, like I said before, this is my point here. And when like I said, Brother X wants to end off on it, and that's fine. I only wanted to encourage, and like the other brother said, what was his name? He said I've been getting crushed in debates. That's not the objective of my conversation. I understand that
that's
y'all.
the truth.
That's not. I mean, I understand the brother. I'm happy that the brother won the debate, and that's fine. But I'm just trying to. Obviously, my position, maybe a lot of people haven't heard. So it's really an honor for me to be able to even have this discussion. And I don't have a problem with losing,
Hold on,
being
you think
embarrassed,
that people
none of that
haven't
kind of
heard?
stuff.
You think people haven't heard your position before?
No, I'm just saying.
We've
Maybe
heard
they
this
haven't.
shit.
No. Maybe
we've
they haven't.
never.
I don't
We've
know.
never,
Like I said, I
brother,
just haven't been here.
brother
Maybe
Truth,
y'all have heard it. I don't know.
brother.
See,
Truth,
I don't
we've
come in
never,
here.
we've never heard this before.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not trying to. If y'all felt offended from me saying that wasn't my intent. I just didn't know.
No, we're not.
So
We're
if
not.
y'all
Let me-
heard that,
No, we're not
if
offended,
y'all
but
heard
we've
that,
just
that's
heard
fine.
this shit. We've heard it. We've heard this kind of shit a million times, man.
Okay, that's fine.
We've heard
So
these
now
stories.
let me get to the other
We've
point that I was
heard-
going to say. Let me get to the other point that I'm saying. The stuff that I'm talking though, it does take a particular mindset. It's very hard and it's not easy. But
SUPERMIKE,
this is the
SUPERMIKE, let me
road.
help you out.
This is the
SUPERMIKE,
road.
let me help you out a
Now I
little
understand.
bit.
You
Let
hold
me
on.
help you out
Let
a
me
little
finish
bit.
this point. Let me finish this point. It's not about y'all being agreeing to me right now and all that kind of thing. The only thing I'm saying is that some people are going to make that choice. Some people are not going to make that choice. The agenda, though, for control and dominance, this is the reason why some communities, they will pay double and triple times the value of a property just to buy that property. It's not about making money real quick right off the hood. It's about control and power over that area. And so if you don't have that kind of agenda, it's understandable. But, for people that have that agenda of control and power, that is the route that you will have to take. And so that's all I'm pretty much saying.
I'm gonna be honest with you, brother SUPERMIKE. When you talk about these old ran down, deserted neighborhoods that look like wars were fought in them,
they have been.
one of the first things you need to do to improve it is to get the fucking people out of there who made it look like that. You
Okay.
can't invest in it and leave the same people there. Those are the
So what
same
did we
people
discuss
who
earlier
trashed
though?
it.
The mindset.
These are the people who have trashed it.
Didn't I just say that though?
Why would you leave them there? Why would you leave
Listen to
those
what I
folks
said
there?
earlier. You're making the point that I already covered, and I agree with you. I said you decide. It takes the educated class of a community. You have to decide, and y'all have to take over areas, and you have to have like-minded people there. You have to control every level of the community. You can't. Okay, so I agree with you there. You can't expect busted down mentality people to do anything but do busted down mentality people stuff. But our objective, we want to try to have a situation where we could try to reproduce educated people, but you can't do that always talking about what we can't do. You got to see what you can do, and you got to make steps.
I'm not about what we can't do. What I'm about is what we're doing.
Everybody not gonna. I agree with y'all already too. Y'all making these arguments that we're not gonna get everybody. I would concede that point a million times. I would make that argument. But my point is, you have to have a mindset of winning. You're not, if you have been down, if you could have lost the last 100 times, but you have to have an agenda of winning.
You can't win when you got losers on the team.
Okay, well then kick them off the team and create new ones. That's the point.
That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing.
Whole debate, because your debate was the
I'm not hearing that though.
Right?
I'm hearing enemy.
You're saying the problem was white supremacy, but now you're starting to understand that no, it's black apathy.
Well, I think we're just understanding. That's why I don't even.
Let me finish that. I don't know where you get all this energy from, but you got tons of energy. I need some of that. But the issue is, though, it's the black apathy is that we're talking about. So you kind of have a little bit of cognitive dissonance going on right now, because we've heard everything that you said, like literally everything that you said, we've heard 10,000 times. So we're on board with your position. It's not like you're elucidating us with some information we haven't heard before. We got you, homeboy. We know where you're coming from. But what we're doing is giving you different information. And what's going to happen is this is what's feedback. What's going on here?
Yeah, they got fucking bad as fuck.
Is that your mic? Is you got your window open mic? Because everybody else looks like they're muted up, and it's not chaos running.
I'm the same. So
okay, that's better. So what's going to happen is that the more you get introduced in the manosphere, you're going to hear a new idea, and right now you're kind of fighting against it because you got cognitive dissonance. You're like, no, this is what it is. But what you're going to come to discover is information that you're learning right now, but you're kind of rejecting it because of cognitive dissonance, because it's new and it goes against what you've already learned to be true. But what you're going to find out is, these brothers are right. I actually agree with them. And you're going to be what they call ready.
Well, no, I don't know, because I don't have any problem with saying what I agree with and the parts that I don't agree with. I have no problem with that. And so it's not about, I don't think it's cognitive dissonance, because if as soon as I believe in my heart that I'm incorrect on a subject, I'll take the embarrassment and I say, I'm wrong. Yeah, but the thing is, I just haven't heard that point, because I don't, what I really primarily don't agree with is this, that I've been hearing. I don't agree with the talking point that your women are your enemy. And I don't agree with the point that, I just don't agree with positioning yourself as against black people just because they're black. I don't agree with that. And
I don't think anybody,
even if y'all not actually saying that, even if you're not actually saying that, even if you're not actually saying that, listen, hear me out.
I don't think anybody
even if you're not
does.
actually saying that,
does.
some of the points, it just seems to be taken as that, because it's like I remember, I think somebody was on BMT's platform and they were talking about the Ahmaud Arbery thing, and they're, people were talking about how the brother needed, maybe it was his fault that he died. Those kind of positions.
We're not gonna go down.
We don't have to go through the whole thing. I'm just saying those kind of positions.
And not even that. I'm gonna end it on this because I need to lay down.
Yeah, go ahead. That was
This
a
is
good
the
conversation,
thing.
though.
This is the thing. This is the thing. You often have people talk about, oh, y'all hate black people. Oh, y'all hate black women. Oh, y'all hate black this. You hate black that. And I don't think anybody does. But on the other side of that, what if they do? What if they do hate black?
I don't think that's beneficial.
What if they do
that's
hate
all.
black women? What? No. Hold on. What if they do? If they do hate black people or hate black life or even hate being black, what effect does it have on you?
It causes people not to listen to their valuable information. It can cause a lot of people. Well, yeah, because these brothers are, when you have the educated class who have a lot of good information. Yes, because when you have the educated group of people who have the valuable skills, who have the valuable talking points, who have majority of the answers that are good for more black people to adopt and to internalize and to reproduce, when you are allowing yourself to be positioned as anti-black, right away, people who just come into contact with you, who don't know any of your history, who don't know any of those type of things, and when they listen, if you're coming across right away immediately as completely anti-black, then that person will, you kind of, there's a lot of times I think you just do disservice to your value.
Well, you know what you do. Well, you know what you do with those people who you think are anti-black, Brother SUPERMIKE. Those people who hate black folks and hate themselves and wish they wasn't black. You know what you do? You don't listen to them if that's not your position.
Think about what you just said.
We're gonna wrap
That's what I don't want.
Yep, you don't.
That's what I don't want. I want
you don't
people
listen to them.
But I want people. I want the young people to listen to the good information you have. I want the people to listen to you. Do you understand what I'm trying to get at here? Are you not seeing it?
I'm a black man, right? Do you think on this YouTube channel I go to channels who talk about white supremacy and the KKK and the Aryan Nation, all that kind of bullshit? Why would I listen to those folks? They're not speaking my language. So obviously, if you're a person who thinks that someone's anti-black, or you think they're a coon, or you think they're a Sambo, or you think they're a sellout, you know what you do? Right. You change the goddamn channel.
So what effect does that have? Where does that? I think about what you just said. Where does that lead our community? Because if other people,
what effect it has is that you don't listen to them. You don't listen to them. You don't.
But what groups grow and what groups?
You don't. Yeah, but you don't try to change someone else's
who is reproducing
themselves, man. Especially when you're on the internet, what you do is you change the channel, brother. You don't try to change that person and make them believe what you believe. You don't try to make them believe what you believe. What you do is you change the goddamn channel. You say, hey, look, I don't like the way this guy talk. I'm not watching his shit. That's what I do. That's what I do. If I don't like your shit, I don't watch it. I'm not gonna get on. I'm not gonna get on your panel, talk shit to you in your chat room.
No, I don't do that. I will never do that. But I'm just saying who's gonna grow and who's going to, maybe not grow as fast. What groups are going to grow?
It doesn't matter if you don't want to be
translates.
If you don't, but if you don't, you can't try to change other people. So what? It don't have to translate in your world, though. In your world, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
But anyway,
all right, I got
you. I appreciate everybody.
Hey, bro, can you drop an email in the chat room?
It's late. It's late. So, any parting shots? Go ahead.
I appreciate y'all.
Go ahead and pull the trigger. Any
parting shots? Drop an email in the chat.
What's up?
In the private chat. Drop your email in the private chat.
Okay, yes, sir.
All right, real quick before I leave, I'm just gonna say, if you want to win, you got to do what it takes to win. Plain and simple. You want progress, you got to become progressive and execute. All right. If we need money to go buy these resources, then first let's get the money. And then we can talk about buying up the resources. All right. It's going to take hard work, and the people who are willing to do the hard work, we're going to work together. Those people who don't do the hard work, you're going to get left behind, plain and simple. Brother T.P.O.T, I appreciate you for letting me up, brother. You guys have a good night. Chaos, Super Mike. Appreciate the
All right.
You're
convo.
welcome up. You're
Take
welcome
care.
up here anytime, brother. You already know. Anytime.
Thanks,
All
bro.
right, appreciate y'all.
Anybody else?
No. Yeah, I had a good
Anybody else?
conversation. I enjoyed my butt whipping by brother M.O.T. I enjoyed being laughed at and grilled by the brotherhood. And regardless of our differences, I do appreciate y'all presence, and I know y'all value. I recognize y'all value, and so that's it. Peace.
Well, just don't let it be the last time you find yourself on the T.P.O.T YouTube page. You know. Brother Chaos?
Yeah, give
Anything?
me a second. I just want to get his email, but that good show. Hey yo, I saw M.O.T drop you a big coin there, man. It tells you he must got a big win. So I said, damn, you getting that moolah.
It
T.O.P.
happens.
You know what I'm saying?
It happens.
Yeah, man. Hey, I bet you could the
shots.
resource you get, you could probably go buy a computer without spending money, man. Get yourself that nice system, man.
We'll see.
We'll see.
We shall see. We shall see. That's it.
All right.
Is that it?
Yeah, let me skip this email, but that's it for now. Let's try and get some back chat.
All right. Peace. See you on the other side, brother.
Yep.
Yeah. You know, another one in the books, y'all. Another one in the books, my folks. You know, let me turn my camera on. I like y'all to see me when I say goodbye. Another one in the books, folks. You know, another debate. I guess Wednesday, y'all, we're gonna go ahead and do the Team J Shine versus Team Fantastic. I actually appreciated Brother SUPERMIKE coming up here. He was in the chat room. He said he would come up here to debate, so I just went ahead and flipped it around. But I think we're gonna go ahead and do the Team Fantastic versus Team J Shine. We're probably gonna do that Wednesday. This is the second time that I've had to postpone that particular debate. So I got to get with the captains of those teams and make sure we're going to be able to do this on Wednesday, because if we're not going to be able to do it for sure, I'm not even going to schedule it. I don't like scheduling debates and then have to postpone them and do some other shit. So I got to get with both of them. I got to get with Brother Fantastic and get with Brother J Shine and make sure it's on for real, so we can go ahead and schedule it and get it right. All right. So that's gonna be that. I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight, man. It's always good, man, to be up here, man, with you good folks. Y'all already know what it is. What I need you to do now, man, is get your black behinds down to Facebook. The Facebook page is Proper Thought Series on Facebook. It's a community page. It's not one of them stupid personal pages. Go ahead, like the page, share the page. You can even drop extra line down there. I'm guaranteed to get back to you within 24 and 168 hours. Also, while you're on Facebook, make your way down to the Proper Thought Series fan group page. That's the Proper Thought Series fan group page on Facebook. Go ahead, request to be a member. You're guaranteed to get up in there quick. Also, check us out on WhatsApp and Instagram. That's Proper Thought. Leave out the series on Instagram. That's Proper Thought. Leave out the series on Instagram. Go ahead. Follow us on Instagram. You're guaranteed to get a follow back. And you know, we always end the night like this. Get your black behinds down to Twitter. The Twitter handle is at T.P.O.T Media on Twitter. That's at T.P.O.T Media on Twitter. Go ahead. Follow us on Twitter. Because if you don't, I will haunt your old black ass mama in her dreams. You understand? Do you understand? If you don't, follow us on Twitter. You know what I'm going to do, right? I will haunt your old black ass mama in her dreams. So do it. If you don't want your old black ass mama to look up and I'm standing next to her bed tonight. Once again, I want to thank everybody, man, for coming out tonight, man. Especially these good folks over here in the chat. My moderators always doing what they got to do, man. But most importantly, man, I want to thank you for hanging out with us, man, spending some time with us and watching us. Like I always say, man, it's always good being up here with you good folks. I want to thank my debaters, brother M.O.T. and brother SUPERMIKE. And I also want to thank one of my official timekeepers, brother K.I.T., for coming through as always. It's always appreciated. And I want to thank my man, brother Supreme, Chaos Reign, and the truth as I know it, and Mike Shinnery for coming through, man, and contributing to the conversation. I appreciate you, brothers. All right. So with that, I will leave you with 3 words. You know, like I always do.
Open your mind. Open your mind. Open your mind. The prophet of thought.
Peace, folks.
Open your mind. Open your mind. Open your mind. The prophet of thought. Open your mind. Open your mind. Open your mind. The prophet of thought. Open your mind. Open your mind. Open your mind. Open your mind. prophet of thought. Open your mind. Open your mind. Open your mind. Open your
Join the league. Join.
Only from the Prophet of Thought series media.
Open your minds.